Jag tyckte det var sant pappa.
You also give the presentation. I got him more here.
I think he's the last person who needs to be we in the UNFCCC Secretariat.
On the live streaming, it's just like we don't have the audience. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll just fit in a little bit just for live streaming. You know, the reason I was going to unsure actually
So while we're waiting for the last stragglers, I thought I'd give two announcements that I think it would be interesting for you. One is that we have managed to find the guide to the Nobel session room, who is kindly offering to take a group around at 10:40 for 10 minutes, 10:40 to 10:50. That's in coffee break, so you've got time to grab a coffee beforehand. But I don't think you can take your coffee into the session room, which is all panelled and very beautiful. So those of you who would like to join that, you can gather at 10:40 just outside where we have our workshop reception desk. And just to increase the confusion, at that desk there will also be a form where you can write down at what time you'd like to arrive at the airport today. And we'll try to organise shared taxis for those who would prefer to have a shared taxi. Alternatively, it's pretty easy here to take the metro back to the central station and then take the train, which is also a good way of reducing emissions for your
They have
travel.
to take the train because
Well, shared taxis in Sweden, we have something called miljöbilar, which is environmental
have you
taxis.
calculated the emissions?
As the experts on climate change, I leave the emission calculations to you, but there is an option to share an environmental taxi or to take the train. But if you'd like to share a taxi, if you are sure of your calculations, then you can write your name on the list at the table of coffee. So, with that, I don't have all the presentations for the task group reporting back, so please make sure I do have them. And with that, I'll hand over to Youba Sokona, Vice Chair of the IPCC, to moderate this session.
This is only one hat. You forget future F.
I cannot list all of Youba's hats, but they are many and impressive. Well, Future Earth Science Committee is one of them, absolutely.
Okay, good morning. And I think that we are late to start. This is usually the case when you have 2 or 3 days session. And then the first day, there is a lot of energy. The second day, the energy starts decreasing. And then in the third day, there is no more energy. But I think that with the exceptional food and then the walk around the old city, energize all the group. And then we will have a fantastic session this morning that starts the day. And after this exceptional 2-day discussion, interaction with wealth of ideas, new thinking. And then we will have 3 very well-known figures on climate science and climate change issues. One representing the media, and then those who will spread out the information and then also capture what the different stakeholders think about the issue. And that represented by Joydeep Gupta, who is a journalist of the Third Pole India, and then he received the award of the winner of 2012 Green Globe Award in Delhi as a frequent visitor of Delhi Summit on Sustainable Development. And also Corinne Quéré, there is no need to present Corinne, and then she's a very well-known figure in the climate. And we've also at both sides in IPCC and Future Earth. And she is at the director of Tyndall Center on Global Carbon Project. And she has been lead author of IPCC Working Group 1, many different reports. And then she is member also of the Science Committee of Future Earth. And Florin Vladu, there is no need to present it. Any scientific discussion on climate for the past 10 years, Vladu have been there all the time making the case for what the policies are pressing to get from the scientific community. And each of them will have 10-minute presentation. I tried to make it 3-minute presentation to have a conversation, but they said that they spend the whole night to present something that is completely exceptional, and that is also, that will be inspirational for all of you, something you have not heard during the 2 past days. And I said, okay, make your presentation. And after the presentation, I want them to have a conversation, a challenging conversation, each of them, because they bring 3 different perspectives, and then to have the conversation with the audience. And if this is agreeable, may I ask Joydeep to come on the floor and then to make his not more than 10-minute sharp presentation. And then he said that he will be provocative.
Thank you so much, Youba. Morning, everybody. This is very scary.
Not so scary.
Yeah, it's here somewhere. I would much rather be there than here. But there are 1 or 2 things that I have picked up, one of which is how little I actually know of the IPCC workings, and just proved that old cliche of a little knowledge being a very dangerous thing. I could see Hans getting totally shocked yesterday when I got mixed up between risks and possibilities and probabilities. Actually, I was so shocked by his shock that I mailed 6 other journalists who have covered IPCC AR5 and asked them exactly the same question, that when IPCC says the burning embers has high risk, do you see that as in the same band of high probability, 80 to 90% or 90 to 100%, as they say, this high confidence, medium confidence, low confidence? And all 6 were as mixed up as I was. So there is a communication issue here. So there is because, as was explained to me yesterday, that it's not the same thing. This, when I told my task group that when the IPCC says climate change intensifies the hydrological cycle, it does not mean a lot to even reporters covering the assessment reports. And Linda quite correctly pointed out immediately that in the section there is a lot explaining what that hydrological cycle is. It's been my experience in covering this IPCC assessment reports for quite some time now that 90 out of 100 read the summary for policymakers. Maybe another 5 read the summary of a little bits of the synthesis report. And considerably less than 5% even read the chapter summaries. I do not know any reporter who actually reads the whole report. So it shows the need to be able to communicate better. I know that the IPCC has a problem here, that summary for policymakers is a negotiated document. So everything that the IPCC wants to say may not actually get in there, which is why it becomes even more important to have the chapter summaries stronger and with more headlines. Now, talking about stronger, talking about headlines, talking about communication over the last couple of days, lots of people have asked me how things about, okay, we are scientists, we write for academic papers, we write for academic journals, how do you want us to communicate to the rest of the world? So, this especially goes out to the young scientists in the room. I will give you the same test that I give when journalists covering the environment want fellowships to cover climate change stories. The test I give them, and this is live on a Skype call almost always, is what would you tell your grandmother if she asked what's climate change, and you have 30 seconds starting now. Okay? And if you actually do this exercise, you'll realize how the importance of doing this exercise. Whether it's what is climate change, whether it's climate impacts, whether it's solutions, whatever, you can give yourself 30 seconds and try to figure out what would you tell somebody who knows nothing about this subject. That's, you see, because when you say that climate change intensifies the hydrological cycle, that's not what people see. People see floods. People see homes that are collapsing in floods. Now, this, you can say that this is due to the intensification of the hydrological cycle to some extent. You can point that out. But by the time you have pointed that out, you have lost your audience. So there's a need to have that audience there before. This, I'm especially apologetic to my task group because we did discuss this in the task group. And for them, it's old. But for the others, I must tell you that as a media trainer for the last 6 years, I've been training people on how to improve their coverage of climate issues. And this graph has helped me in bringing that home to other journalists more than any IPCC report. Because it simply shows how earthquakes and volcanoes have stayed more or less the same numbers since 1900, how epidemics have stayed at similar numbers. Those are the yellow and the green lines there. Whereas floods, droughts, and storms, which are put here under hydromet, have shot up. It's something like as simple as this that brings it home much more often. Because you don't have to tell us journalists to get there when there's a flash flood like this. You don't have to tell anybody to get there and do something about it. When there's a flash flood, we will cover it. What you need to do as scientists is tell us this, that when a glacier is melting faster than ever before and the lake is forming at its snout faster and faster every year, creating the risk of an outburst flood. A direct connection with climate here. And it's at this stage that scientists need to communicate if they want to be heard. There have been questions over the last 2 days on how to communicate uncertainties. This is something we actually grapple with a lot when talking to journalists. And my advice to journalists has always been to be totally upfront about uncertainties. If you're honest with your audience understands uncertainties. And I know that you've spoken a lot about regionalization, so I'll not go into this. What I'm going to do is show you impacts as people see them. This is the hut of a yak herder in Tibet, which has keeled over due to the permafrost melt and has become unusable. Okay? Now, this is an impact that people can relate to. And this is not just at this level of a yak herder. For lack of time, I haven't put in more slides here. If you actually take a look at the Beijing-Lhasa railway or the Beijing-Lhasa road, you'll know how badly it's been affected by the permafrost melt. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about almost time. Okay, so I'll stop with this photograph. Now this photograph shows a small glacier. We talk about glacier retreat on large glaciers, but well over 90% of mountain glaciers are small glaciers like this, and whether it's in the Andes or in the Himalayas or in any of the mountain ranges, especially in the developing world, the people living at the valley below these glaciers are dependent on this water. This is a specific case where potato farmers at the bottom of the valley have been dependent on the melt of this glacier every May to irrigate their fields. The glacier is now melting in March. So at that time, the air temperature is still too low for the potatoes to germinate. By the time the farmers are ready in their potato fields, the water's in the Arabian Sea. So this is what people face in terms of climate impacts. This is what I think scientists need to communicate far better than they have done. Now, IPCC is a UN organization. It communicates to policymakers. It communicates to national governments. I put it to you that IPCC has done its work so well that almost no national government or a national level policymaker really needs to be educated about climate change. They need to update their knowledge, but education, no. The people whom you need to communicate to now are senators or parliamentarians at the local level, the people whose constituents are facing the thing, and therefore they are the people who, when they know the cause and the effect connection, they are the ones who will push their national governments to do better in terms of combating climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joydeep, for your some provocation to the science community, but I was expecting also you have to provoke the policy community, but that will come later. Let us move to Corinne. You said that also you will be inspirational.
Yeah, can you put the slides up, please?
You don't have to worry.
Yeah.
You can start talking about
I can't because I'm too nervous. I can only focus on one thing at a time. So we've been talking the last 48 hours about risks to others. And that's got me actually thinking quite a lot about what are the risks to us, the climate community, in providing, in our efforts, our endeavor to inform the process of responses to climate change. Now, obviously, we've had the Paris Agreement on climate change, which has reduced that risk by providing a client for information that is well defined. But there has been some pretty awful things in the media lately. Michael Gove, UK elected Parliament, Member of Parliament, Secretary of State for Education for 5 years, for Justice for 2 years, a senior person has said just ahead of the UK Brexit vote, people in this country have had enough of experts. He is not alone. Malcolm Roberts, Australian senator, has said recently, and just a month ago, the climate data has been manipulated by NASA. Obviously, Trump trumps them all. The rise of populist, the rise of populist policy making, I think, is the first risk that we face. There is nothing that the IPCC or that experts can do if expertise comes out of fashion. luckily people, we are trusted. Here is a survey of people that were asked the question, do you generally trust these people to tell the truth? The top here are doctors, but scientists, we are in the top group over there. And I'm sorry, Joydeep, journalists are there. And who occupies the bottom position? Politicians. But I would like here to bring the equation that Johan Rockström brought the first day here. He said, risk is probability times impact. I will venture to apply some social science and say that influence is trust times volume. And although politicians are not trusted at all, they happen to be very loud. We are very trusted, but we happen to be very quiet. So I will propose that a solution to some of our problems is in a number, which is 20%. And 20% represents my opinion of the amount of time that all scientists and researchers working on climate change and beyond should spend talking to people outside science. Now, outside science, about projects, about finding, exchanging, not just talking, listening, obviously. And I would propose that this needs to be done as part of the job between 9 and 5 or whatever hours you work. It's not a Saturday task, it's not an evening task. It should be valued by our institutions, which actually it is more and more. And it should also please be valued by our colleagues. And as Deborah Roberts pointed on day number 1, this point is sticking a little bit. It is actually very often not valued by our colleagues. So risk number 1 is about ensuring that the expertise is actually valued in society. There is another sticking point here, which is do as I say and not do as I do. I find that it is very difficult to convince people to act on the areas of concerns where they have power when we do not act on the areas of concerns where we have power. And so I would like to see the research community reflecting on actions on addressing our own carbon footprint, which we have detailed here in this paper and has been picked up by Nature Climate Change. The senior editor is here in this room today. And so I'm not going to go into the details of this today, but just to say that I would propose that a good way to do this would be for the research community to follow the emission reduction of the country in which we live, so that we have a plan, it's concrete, it doesn't mean the abolition of any conferencing, but it means that we have an objective that is traceable and actionable. So the second risk that I think faces us in a grand way is the reality check. We talk about transformations all the time. We've talked about transformations this week, but transformations are actually happening. They're not happening because we're triggering them to respond to climate change, but they're happening just because this is the 21st century. Naki mentioned driverless cars, potential to have cars 10 times less weight than they are today with immense reduction in emissions. Meatless meat, greenhouse gases in agriculture perhaps will not be needed in 20 years or so. Don't take me, this is not my expertise, I'm just speculating here. And information technology, which gives grandiose support to the exchange of information across the world, allowing to reduce our carbon footprint, but also to communicate better. The last thing I want to say is in the information technology department. So I think that there is, we are not taking enough advantage of the possibility of the web to interact and organize the information that we have about climate change. And I would like to here present a platform that I'm actually working on that is funded project, and we're developing as part of the Future Earth Media Lab, which is called Science Brief. And essentially it starts from a map of current knowledge. So say on the carbon cycle, on climate or something, we develop knowledge. That's what the IPCC does, snapshots and so on. You could say, well, there are 10 known things about the carbon cycle or 10 known things about climate. And here is an example from the explanation of the pause of the last IPCC, but the example itself is irrelevant. And then you have a key. And then rather than asking 10 poor IPCC authors at the next round to go and review all the literature and miss half of them, you ask the community to submit their papers. So you get then submissions of papers. So these papers have informed this statement. And the beauty of this is that PhD students or anybody who understands the paper can submit other people's paper. And if I submit, say, for example, the paper of Yuri about something, then Yuri gets an email and it says, your paper has been submitted, this is what has been said, do you want to change the text? But then Yuri becomes the expert, and the expert can then rank other people's paper, so that at the end of the day, you could have visually a map, a little bit like a wiki, but the information is self-organized in terms of the quality of its content. So this is, we're working on this here on the pilot on the carbon cycle that we will try to launch in a year's time at the International CO2 conference next year. And I'm actually engaging with a lot of discussion. Bob Watson is involved with IPBES and with IPCC and many others, Future Earth obviously, to try and develop this in a way that is useful to the community. My final thoughts are that the IPCC, in my view, is a fabulous body. It has demonstrated its effectiveness. It has a very specific user, which are national governments. There is a need for many other users. There is a need for communication across a lot of interfaces. But the IPCC has shown that it has demonstrated that it works in a very specific way. It's won the Nobel Peace Prize that was decided just across the room here, where task group number 1 was met. But there is a whole world outside of IPCC. I think you would be surprised if you knew how many times people tell me what to do. And what I would like to say is that actually there's a lot of things that you can do. And I would like, when we finish this conference on the way back today, that you reflect on what is it that you can implement yourself in your own spheres of influence, so that we're not coming out of this meeting saying, I think the IPCC should do this, and if it doesn't, well, too bad. Or Future Earth should do this. But you can say, well, this is my suggestion to the IPCC, my suggestion to Future Earth, and here is how I am going to move forward the discussions that we've had today. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. This has been really inspirational, and you point to one important aspect. This is the information technology, and that allowed more than 300 people participating to this meeting here, as some account we just got. Now, Vladu? 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I will not have a PowerPoint presentation. I was trying to summarize my points without a PowerPoint. Yeah? And talking about mobilizing the community for the next assessment cycle, I said maybe 3 points would be essential. The first one is to take a bit of stock and see how what we did with the 5th assessment cycle was used. I mean, one of the main issues and frustration which is accumulating with scientists is that their messages are not getting through. Policymaker is not listening to what they produce and so on, and I will try to speak a bit about that. Yeah? And then I will try to say a few words about what needs to be done in the next assessment cycle, which would be different, and how this would inspire you to participate in that. And finally, I will try to argue that you are at a cross point where you have lots of opportunities for innovation, and which you may make use of. Yeah. First, of course, we had already 5 assessment cycles, and some people will say, why we need a 6th one? We already had so many assessment cycles. What is new? And these discussions will continue, but if you look to the 5th assessment cycle, you realize that things were different compared to the 4th assessment cycle before. And my first point is that the assessment cycle was really unique. The outcomes were beyond what you had before. I mean, if you look to all working groups and you remember the carbon budget and the working group 1, which was innovation, and then working group 2, the risk framework, the integrated risk assessment framework, which was developed, and then working group 3 coming up with all these ideas of transformation and classifying the challenges which we face to stay under 2 degrees. All this was exceptional in a way, and it didn't stay there. It was communicated to policymakers, and policymakers really acted. We can say the AR5 was a foundation for the Paris Agreement. Yeah, and you can see that in all articles mainly of the Paris Agreement. I mean, Article 2, the temperature part, you can see this in Article 4, the mitigation part, you can see this in the adaptation part. The key messages were there, yeah? And maybe not many of you had time to read completely the Paris Agreement, or you do not have the understanding on how policymakers arrived to those articles. But the fundamentals of the science have been captured and included in the Paris Agreement, yeah? And this was not just happening because it happened, yeah? We had this process of a dialogue between the scientists and the policymakers, which took 2.5 years, where many things have been clarified. Yeah? Many of you participated in this. And I think all this together would provide some motivation to say, yes, we are in a better position with our science has been understood, has been used. And I think you have to be proud as a community for what you achieved. I mean, the ambitious agreement we have, it's a result of what you did. Yeah. Now, coming to the next step, the role of science didn't end it. Yes, we have an ambitious agreement. And now we have to make this vision coming reality. How would this happen? Yeah? And you had in these 3 days here initial discussions about what is needed. Yeah, I mean, many of you in the discussions came from the angle of what was done before, but some of you started to understand that things have changed somehow. The narrative of we will tell you future worlds and decide which one is the one you want to take. It's already coming to a pass because the policymakers decided on what future world they want to have. And they are now in the position of listening to science now to find out what are the risks, what are the solutions. And you heard that in the opening statement by the chair of IPCC, looking to solutions and looking to transformation. So all this will need to be understood. And scientists are having a key role now in implementing the ambitious agreement we have. I mean, we have talked during the meeting about the concrete elements such as the stock take and the progress which has to be measured, all this idea of cycles and 5 years instead of 7 years, and how this would be synchronized with what you do, and we have discussed these things. I mean, with aggregations of NDCs and assessing the effectiveness of adaptations. All of these are new elements which have to be considered by you. Loss and damage, which is another area which appeared, and so on. All the other discussions which have to evolve, I mean, the sustainable development, poverty eradication, food security, all these are on the table and have to be considered. You have also to think about the short term, the special reports, how the special reports would really influence the next steps in the policy will take. Yeah. We already started these discussions with the Substa IPCC event I mentioned in my previous intervention, and you can see where we are at. Now, I would close my short statement by saying that this has to be considered by you as an opportunity. It's a challenge, but it's an opportunity at the same time. You have an opportunity, governments of 197 countries agreed with the Paris Agreement. is ratification, early ratification is likely. So you could now request for research funds to look into these new areas. And you have the opportunity to be innovative in trying to think about the transformation Corinne just mentioned, and what we need, how we get to what we agreed. And with that, I will close. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If you can come up here, the three speakers, and then thank you also for keeping the time, and then you did not exceed the 10 minutes. The theme of this session is mobilizing the science community for IPCC AR6. And then each of you brought different perspectives. What I would like in each of you in 30 seconds, our journalist said it, and then to just say, what did you capture from the two other speeches that motivate mobilizing for AR6?
In 30 seconds, a lot about looking into new problems, and I was really happy to hear about the changing request for information, moving completely from looking at a range of possible future into actually, you seem to say we know what the future is going to be, which is actually really changes completely the perspective. And on your talk about really what we've actually heard the whole 2 days here, understanding the user and understanding the needs for information and how people perceive what we say.
But this is happening for more than 30 years.
Yes.
Do we
Can
need
you take
all
the others and I'll come back afterwards? Yeah, I don't think that in science we have been so good at understanding our users. We've had really one user in mind when we produce our knowledge, and I think actually broadening the range of users to involve a much larger range of audience, that would be quite different.
Okay, I'm not convinced, but our journalists can tell us.
Well, even with the current users, the national governments, the policymakers, which essentially fall into two groups, politicians and bureaucrats. So I would say, and I would request that if the IPCC frames the same messages with more urgency, it would be a much stronger message. What I mean is that when you talk about something will happen, or something is likely to happen, it's less strong than something is happening. Okay? My house may be on fire tomorrow is less strong than my house being on fire today. So for the IPCC's current main audience, its main users, I think that urgency needs to get home in AR6 more strongly than it has in the earlier assessment cycles.
Florin?
Yep, I think, from Joydeep, the issue of communication of findings, this issue was for a long time with us, And in my intervention, I've tried to argue that you have been heard, at least for 197 governments, Nobody believed before Paris that we will get to well below 2 degrees towards 1.5, So it was said that it is impossible, but somehow 197 governments agreed on this, So you have been heard by policymakers, and this links also to what Corinne said, that yes, there are some policymakers, there will always be different views, in this, And it is natural, but the humankind came together in Paris and they agreed on something, which is really important. And this is not for next year, this is for the next decades. This agreement will be there, and now our task is to implement it. From Joydeep, I think he has a point of saying that maybe we are not that good in making our messages heard at the low level in communities, and how to go there. And then all these discussions which are now we agreed at the international level what this means for regional level, what this means for local level. So you see the scientific community gearing up for downscaling models and going to now understand what 2 degrees or what 1.5 degrees mean for India, for South Africa, and then this is really important, an important next step. Yeah, I mean, I think Corinne also pointed out to this need of transformation. Then you are pleased by hearing people talking about the science of transformation. What do you need to know? There are any tools? How can you accelerate this transformation? How to make it a reality? So that's a couple.
Okay, thank you. I'm not convinced. I have a number of questions, but I will not. I raise my question, and let us have the conversation with the audience. I want to take 3. Be sharp, short, and be also provocative. 1, 2, and 3.
Thanks for the presentations. Particularly enjoyed Joydeep and Corinne because they motivated us as scientists to make change on us. So I want to particularly pose to both of you a question that is regarding risk. Because here we have been discussing risk for the whole meeting, discussing the whole range of possibilities, going from the most, those related with disaster, the harmful, but also the good opportunities. My personal perceptions, that I spend more than 20% of my time doing what Corinne says, is that risk is perceived always as negative for the public. So if we want to use risk in a positive way, which could be your suggestion of ways of communicating that opportunities associated with that risk management? Thanks.
Okay, there. Please have in mind that how to mobilize scientific community to participate in AR6 in your questions. Yeah.
My question is to Debashish. I actually agree with our colleague from UNFCCC that we have been quite impactful. And I think the job of the scientists would be to do their job of science well. And perhaps we should collaborate with the journalists more so they talk about what is at stake for major communities that rely on the oil and gas industry, or what is at stake for the other side, which leads to the kind of political positions and statements that Corinne just shared. And that is something that the journalists can bring out and complement the strong evidence that science is producing. We are kind of innocent of the other part of the world, which has existential threats too, from climate science. And there a collaboration would be very useful. So we should focus on our work, and you should focus on that part of the story, perhaps.
And the last.
Thank you. With all my understanding that I'm not a native English speaker, I'm the member of the International Permafrost Association Working Group, and I have to correct the first speaker. Permafrost is not melting. Chicken doesn't disappear if you take it out of the fridge, it's thawing. And I really suggest we make it very clear, because it's a very common mistake, and, well, permafrost people are very sensitive to that, sorry. My question actually, if I'm allowed another note about the, let's say, who drives the process? Should we just be adjusting ourselves to end users? Henry Ford said once, if I was driven by the people dig out, I would have invested fast horse. And this is right. As scientists, we have to do our research, and the users have to select something from what we do. This is, I think, an important issue that we have to keep in mind at IPCC. And now questions. The question is about risks and the way they are presented in the report. I really disagree with the point that we have to make our statements more sensational. People are a bit tired of sensationalism in IPCC. That's my own experience. When you start saying, oh, climate change is a disaster, they say, okay, we will live with climate change. We have to be very specific. Where the risks are, how can we handle it? And your example, with all my understanding, they are not really convincing, because I was CLA in Polar Regions chapter. I know very well the cryospheric changes. Risks associated with cryosphere are perhaps one of the best studied in the report. We have permafrost projections, we have glacier projections. There was some story about, this Himalayan glacier melt, and it was a ClimateGate story in 2010. We all remember that. But this was a story. And my question is, can you be more specific in what are the real hot points in terms of identifying risks? What are the key risks that we really have to look at in AR6 with more attention than other risks? Because, well, this is important. Thank you.
Okay, you have all 3 seconds, and then to try to react what you heard. Any can start.
Yeah, just quickly, on the risks and opportunity, excellent point. I think that opportunities and how to handle risk need to really be part of this reframing of this framing of risk and the discourse. We've used a lot narratives in the past IPCC, and actually that could be a framing to introduce opportunities as well as risks. Some risks have very little opportunities, others have humongous ones, and I think that also needs to be recognized. And training people in our work, letting journalists do their jobs and ours do ours, that's fine. I just think that it is part of our job actually to communicate, but we can have a long discourse on this. And I will let the permafrost thawing to Joydeep.
Okay, I'll also go one by one. Perception of risk in a positive way, absolutely, if you can. The opportunities in this, in fact, if anything is pushing climate action right now, I would say it's the renewables industry. And it's seen as a huge opportunity in so many countries of the world. And so it's a matter of how you perceive that. Collaboration with journalists, we are all for it. We are all for it all the time. And I make this request to scientists everywhere. I will make it again right now. If Owen puts a list of all of you with your emails, and I'm sure that you'll start getting inundated with emails from journalists asking specific questions. And I would love that. On the permafrost question, sir, I have seen papers in both directions. I've seen papers from Chinese scientists and Russian scientists, and I have seen what has come out in AR5. So there is a lot to say on both sides of the story. In terms of what is sensational and what is specific, I completely agree with you that it's much better to let the facts speak for themselves. The facts are sensational enough, and it's completely unnecessary to overstate them. On AR4, and yes, the mistake of one grey literature statement getting into AR4 about Himalayan glaciers melting by 2030, I think it was a terrible mistake, and I think that the IPCC has paid quite dearly for that. I hope that such a mistake will not be repeated. In terms of key risks, okay, and that is what I was trying to get at by showing those photographs, that what are the key risks that people perceive at the local level as a result of climate change? One is what's happening to the water supply. Whether sometimes you have too much water, too little water, what's happening to the situation of reliability of water supply. So I would be very happy if scientists could tell us a little bit more as to what's happening to the water supply, what's likely to happen to water. Similarly with agriculture, similarly with heat waves.
Yeah, on the key risks, yeah, and how to communicate positively risks, yeah. I think we learned from AR5 that there are risks which are nicely represented. 98 key risks have been identified by sectors, by regions, and so on. But if you look to those diagrams, you realize that some of those risks cannot be controlled anymore. I mean, there's little adaptation option, and of course, we can say the Paris Agreement, we can assume that Paris Agreement will be implemented and will reduce emissions. But being given on a low temperature part doesn't prevent risks, yeah? So we can say we will be in high adaptation situations as they are in those graphics. But there are some parts of the world and some systems which are at risks which cannot be any more controlled. I mean, coral reefs, Arctic regions, and so on. Yeah, and I'm talking at the international level. It could be at a local level. So I think one of the message which has to come to the media is that even the Paris Agreement, it's implemented. We need to adapt, and in some situations, adaptations options are limited. So we need to work on resilience, increasing resilience, so that the magnitude of the impact would be smaller. So that's a point which I think it's important. And I'm telling you this not from the scientist perspective, it's just what policymakers understand from your previous report and how they would take it, yeah? And I agree communication is important, and we are also trying to do that at the UNFCCC with journalists and also with scientists, yeah? And I will not address the permafrost issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we will come to that. Let us focus on the subjects. Those are important. We had a long discussion on risk and different issues. And then the real question is that, have we made enough effort to mobilize all range of scientific community to participate in IPCC, social scientists, psychologists, philosophers, and others, and then how we will be able to do that? And those are the critical questions. Do they have anything to bring in the AR6 process? Let us focus on the subject. And then we can have a lengthy discussion on risk and different aspects. We did it yesterday. Please, in your questions, let us focus on the subject of the session. Back, Jose, here, and Chris.
My first question goes to Corinne. As a person that has devoted probably not 20% of my time to go out to the public, but definitely a sizable portion of my time, I would say that most often my best allies were in the public, not in my fellow colleagues. My fellow colleagues very often more preoccupied with the subtleties and nitty-gritties of the details of their research. Really, they ruin my discourse. And yet, aware that we need to mobilize the scientific community, my question to you, and here we're at a meeting in Future Earth, is what can we do to, yes, mobilize the community, but in a more organized way, so that what we do in the IPCC, and that is distill the messages and be able to come out with clear messages that are not contested, I would say, by a majority, we get that in the scientific community. The scientific community not necessarily is into that. And then within the scientific community, don't forget it. Climate change is also a political issue. And our fellow scientists, they take their position, and it's right. So I think the issue is complicated. We need particularly scientists to go out, but I would like to know what ideas you have about how we could go on a more structured way. Then I will be brief to the press. Again, the press, let me use the showers example. Downpours, and there you have your headlines, something bad. That you have it. But then the press also is a drizzle. It not only informs, but forms the people. And that is where probably we can play a much greater role. And there we need this relationship with scientists so that this drizzle, continuous wetting, there is where we can really bring in a more structured, more scientifically, a more rigorous way, for instance, IPCC results and other scientific results. Many people live out of this drizzle, and I think we should think about this. Thank you.
Please be very brief because we are behind the schedule. Yes, here and yes, go, yes. Yes, go ahead, as you have the microphone, and then we'll come here.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, Joydeep, thank you very much for your presentation. It was a masterclass in presenting, one message per slide, strong visuals, and I would advise the young scientists here to learn from this. I teach presentation skills at the Doctoral Academy at my university, and we always have this battle of how to convey information. We could actually read what was on your slide. Yeah. Thank you very much. Corinne, you brought a very interesting aspect of use of ICT, but again, the issues of equity here. Bandwidth in Africa is terrible. The cost of bandwidth is even worse. I can't make a Skype call. I can have 5 files in Dropbox and my computer says 15 days to download. How do we bring that into the picture so that we have a flat playing field? Now, many projects that we do are externally funded. When we argue in the project budget that we want 10% of budget for dissemination and outreach, we have a battle with the donors. What we try and do is to use the Future Earth approach and embed journalists in the project. So they're not brought in after, but they're part of the project. They're part of the team that is delivering the research. And my last comment goes to Florin. I'm so happy that you are stressing this issue of solutions and change. I think it is very important that that message goes beyond this audience so that people's expectation of AR6 is different, because people are expecting more of the same, of these massive volumes which hardly anybody reads apart from the authors themselves looking to see, was I quoted? If we can convey that message to the politicians and the general public, that alone will be a major change. Thank you.
And the last one?
Thank you. My impression is that the IPCC reports have been very good in articulating the problem and describing for a larger audience the risks, and I perceive risk as something that is threatened to the society and therefore something that you get worried when you're reading about. And if we want the IPCC reports to now reflect solutions, and not only solution to manage risks because we need to adapt, but also that we need to mitigate and that we can mitigate much more of the emissions than we do today. And I think hardly that is what the Paris Agreement actually need. That would be the demand from the government. It should be the demand from the governments on the next IPCC report, because they are in the hand of making the new assessment cycles and their new national determined contributions. So that would be very much into what is the solutions in mitigation and of course adaptation. But I think today we stand that the perception of IPCC reports in its strength is so very much on the side of describing the problems and the risks, and it would be a very big difference from the last report to the new report if you manage to actually take such a big step to be credible and be seen as credible also from the governments that are judging the report in the end, to be credible in the area of science, which actually goes much more into social science and to political science and to economics and law, those subjects that are so much more heavily politically contested. So I think it's a huge scientific information work to be done, not just to involve the scientists, because why should they be involved if they know that their message will not actually be able to come about in such a report, which still have its weight much more in natural science and describing a problem rather than coming up with a solution. Although the society needs to know that there are solutions around, and if scientists could join and make that also as a credible statement from science community, I think that's what we need.
Thank you, and you have 1/2 a second to react. We'll have more time during the coffee break and then to have interaction with those who raise questions. Can I start with Florin?
Yep, I mean, I will start with the last question. I think, in a way, you know, the urgency of the solution discussion is reflected in the request for an AR5 AR6 special report on 1.5. Yeah, because that was only mitigation action which has to be immediately considered for enhancing the NDCs. Yeah, so that was included, and it's ongoing. Yeah. On the issues of you know, solutions and the big reports, yeah, I would caution also for balance, because you see, at the end, we are talking about forecasts, we are talking about projections, yeah. So yes, we have to be focused on solutions and look to those, but we don't have to forget the science, the basic science, which will continue to tell us things, yeah. I mean, look only at the fact that in the burning amber diagram, from report to report, is showing worse and worse impacts at the same temperature. So because science knows more about what we do. I mean, if you freeze and say, okay, we already know about what kind of impacts we are facing, it seems like we're facing worse impacts, yeah? And you have to look to what will happen with permafrost, what will happen with negative emissions, with the oceans, would they release? All these things have to be researched. It's fundamental research, and that has to continue. But at the same time, you have to have focus on what we need to do immediately now, and what governments can do. What options do they have? Yeah? So that has to be also a very important element. Thank you.
Joydeep? Okay, very, very quickly. I completely agree with Jose on the drizzle theory. And this is something I want to say to all the scientists here, because many times I hear this when they speak to the media, and then they see no report coming out, or maybe half a sentence somewhere, they get terribly disappointed and say, why bother to speak to these guys? That's not the point. The point is that if you are able to improve the journalist's understanding, the next time a big event takes place, he's going to be able to use that understanding that you have given him or her. So, and that is a very important part of the drizzle process. The other important part of the drizzle process is especially on slow onset effects like sea level rise. For example, if a continuous stream of stories on sea level rise and its effects were picked up by members of parliament from coastal districts all over India, and has finally led to a coastal regulation zone law. So it's a question of who's picking it up. Who are you targeting? If I think the target had been the environment ministry or the environment minister, it wouldn't have worked. It worked because the people whose seats are in the coastal zones, they pushed the ministry. On Africa, we are aware of the bandwidth issue in Africa. In some countries of Africa, when we give fellowships and when we work with African journalists working on the environment in those countries, we specially concentrate on radio. It works very well with that. There's no time, I'll stop there. Corinne?
Yeah, I'd like to focus on Jose's question, which I think is about how to engage, mobilize the scientific community in defining or supporting the consensus itself. And I think this is really so fundamental, because it goes back to how we learn. How do we learn at school? You know, we give children problems so that they repeat the scientific process and make their own conclusions. And this is how scientists work, and this is how people take decisions, and politicians and so on. People have to reach their own conclusion. So this part of understanding the evidence, of debating and so on, has to take place. We cannot say we'll have a group of scientists, they will develop the consensus and give it to others. This absolutely does not work. So I think it's really important to give the time it takes to argue the evidence within the community and beyond. And so encouraging debate, we do it at the moment in conference, although conference tend to be one way. We've started with Future Earth Forum on conference, so discussions that happen, discussions, online discussions that happen following presentations and so on. So people come up with their own arguments, and I think in terms of volume, we could do much more than that. The Real Climate is another website that does this kind, and the Science Brief website that I'm developing could also serve for that purpose. Of course, this I'm very very, very sensitive to this comment about bandwidth. I think this problem is at the same level of cost of flying and of involvement of African, and really needs to be taken into consideration when we organize these things so that the bandwidth requirements are as low as they can be.
Thank you. I know that I am a very bad moderator. I could not focus on the issue, and I could not also keep the time. And then we have been over the time, but we had a wonderful discussion, and then we can distill some element, and then that will inform the subject of the session. But we had a wonderful panelist. Let us give them a big hand. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the previous plenary. And now we have to move fast to the plenary that is going to give us a very brief description of the main points that each of the task group has achieved. And so I ask the reporters of each of the task groups trying to be very synthetic, preferably by 5 minutes to give the talk, and no more than 10, definitely, maybe 7. So I urge the first one, the task group 1. We are going to start with the 3 one?
No, this is task group 1. Sabina.
No, Sabina first, no, this is Maria.
Sorry, Maria.
Maria.
Sorry.
Maria, please. Thank you.
So, well, I apologize that my co-rapporteur had to leave, so you're going to have me again. All right.
I see, because it's going to be 5 minutes.
Okay. So, 5?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So, well, we have 3 statements, and there was a very spirited discussion, and this is the reflection of the group, is the result. So our first statement is about co-production of science and decision-making. So the science statement is advance the research on and the use of co-production of knowledge and decision-making on climate responses. And this includes different areas of studies, interdisciplinary areas of study, but basically is the idea that we have to understand our users. And I think that Corinne made a very good presentation that actually supports a lot of the science statement. The recommendation for the IPCC is to enhance the focus on decision-making. We know that there has been a decision chapter in Group 2 in AR5, but we want that, so our recommendation is to enhance the focus of decision-makers in different aspects of decision-making beyond the ones in AR5, especially evaluating decisions and evaluating the role of co-production, drivers of co-production, how to best do it. One point that there is some research on, for instance, that would be a good example of where research would help here, is that we know that co-production works, but we also hope that the demand for climate information is going to grow exponentially, and are we able to talk with everybody who wants to talk to us? So how do we accelerate and emulate aspects of co-production that actually work, like trust, legitimacy, communication, and how can we know better about this? Understanding decision needs, typologies, and drivers of co-production, like I said, and including different temporal scales, spatial decision levels, as well as implementation, which is a part that we haven't paid a lot of attention. We want people to use decision, but once they do, we don't know exactly what they do with it. So evaluate implementation as well. Our second research statement focuses on scenarios, and it's a lot about the production and creation of scenarios, both to make them more usable, but also much more transparent on the way that they are put together, the assumptions that go into these scenarios, the uncertainties, how they are quantified, and how different ways of quantifying might actually affect the way that they are used. What is the role and the value added of regional projections so that they become more accessible and comprehensible, and matters of actually integration between the working groups on the production and use of scenarios. The recommendations are there. So the IPCC should make more explicit the assumptions and the descriptions of the SSPs and climate scenarios used. It should produce climate scenarios that are accessible, usable, and comprehensible for application and climate responses. One example that may, so this is a more practical side, one example that may enhance comprehension is creating a consistent approach to report on scenarios, for instance, text box across the 3 groups. And the last statement is a much broader statement on the state of the science, in the state of fundamental and basic science. What else? We need more funding and more to enhance our ability to predict and inform options. The recommendation is that IPCC should urge all nations to immediately enhance their support for fundamental research. And the list there has been touched by presentations before. But basically is that all fundamental science should not be left behind. If we are focusing more on use, we also have to understand where the science that informs that use comes from. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Maria, for the brief presentation. Let's move on to the next solution.
Morning, everybody. I'm presenting for Group 2 on solutions. Yesterday we had our emerging researcher Jasper Montana who made the presentation. We're very democratic in our group, so we split that up, and today I'll give the presentation. This is not the...
This is not Touch Group 2?
No, that's the risks.
Oh.
It says the title is Group 2.
Oh.
Yep, that's it.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so you'll be able to see our co-chairs were Jashi Roy and Ben Preston. You can go to the next slide. Thanks. So we had 2 messages. We're presenting them in 2 slides. They're quite dense and compendium-like, so we think PowerPoint was appropriate for this. People have spoken a lot in all of the sessions, and a number of the groups have mentioned this as well, on the need for change, transformation, understanding how that actually works. So our key message, number 1, is looking at what are the conditions necessary to achieve acceptable change at different scales and under different contexts, and acceptable in the sense of change for whom, bringing in an equity issue into that. What leads to sustained change? And we had a little discussion in our group about how the term transformation has become somewhat contentious now. Of course, sustained change is transformation. Many of the points in our 2 key messages do relate to the science policy practice interface. But here we've crystallized one which is part of this thing of understanding the conditions for change. And that is, how do agents of change utilize knowledge and methodologies to implement action, and preferably at scale? Because we had some discussion about the fact that just producing good knowledge clearly is not enough. Access to that good knowledge is also not enough. So what is it that actually engenders behavior change? The recommendations then for the research community to assist the IPCC in assessing these questions are a number. Develop the empirical base for the assessment of conditions for change through a meta-analysis of learning on transformation. So looking at actual examples, successful change processes that have worked. This can be in other sectors, this can be within the climate change arena, but it's learning from what we already know is working. Develop methodologies for integrating the multiple types of knowledge that we are calling for being better integrated into the assessment. And a number of the groups and a number of the sessions have called for this as well. So, for example, a more mitigation-related example, bringing top-down transformation pathways studies and the meta-analysis of bottom-up case studies together better. Reviewing and further developing indicators and methodologies for evaluating adaptation and indeed mitigation over different temporal scales and from the perspective of different actors, and assessing the success factors and the support mechanisms for localization of solutions and what may be generalized in the follow-on process. And just to quickly say something about that, we had a lot of discussion about, where the limits to the IPCC role. And clearly, the IPCC is trying to do as much as possible to enhance implementation, but implementation is not the role. So we had discussions about the necessity of localization of the IPCC findings within countries, within sub-regions. For example, we would like to do that for the Southern African sub-region. So this point is getting at that, this follow-on process after the assessments. Next slide. The second message is really around, we called it broadly fostering links. We had a lot of discussions about stakeholder engagement, enhancing that, making that more meaningful, building on what was good in AR5. So for the IPCC, we feel it would be very useful to develop guidelines for how the engagement between the IPCC science community and different change actors can be strengthened early on in the writing process. Mindful also, though, of equitable access to the process and of independence of the process. We discussed an example from AR4 and AR5, which carried out under Working Group 3, where they had an engagement meeting with industry and associations somewhere down the line, about halfway through the process. And a number of us working in Working Group 2 did this in an informal way as well. For example, talking to the community-based adaptation community on the emerging findings of the assessment to get some input and feedback on that. So it would be really good to have a look at how to expand that out. Next one. So for the research community, a key supportive action could be to look into what are the optimal interfaces between the scientific research community and different change actors, and looking at that very broadly. So this goes way beyond the state. It goes way beyond just practitioners. It's all various different elements of civil society, business, NGO, media, etc., for developing relevant and coherent solutions to feed into AR6. That's as far as we got with our two key messages. And we have a number of additional recommendations which we'll put into the supplementary material. But I'll leave it at that for now, and we can rather have more discussion.
Thanks. Let's move on to the third group on regionals. While Sabine is coming, remember that we are going to have the 5 presentations in a row, a short coffee break, and then come back for some plenary discussion.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll be quick with my 11 slides. Okay, so I'm reporting back from the regional group, and okay, no worries. And basically, we were allowed to have 2 points for the knowledge gaps and for the assessment processes, so we could actually condense everything that we discussed below 2 points, one on the regionally differentiated impacts and the other one on the regionally differentiated responses. And for the assessment processes, we always came back to 2 points that I explained at length yesterday, so I'll not go into detail with that. And one is to how to deal with material that's not so well covered currently, which is the gray literature, and actually there's different shades of gray there. And also indigenous and local knowledge and literature and other languages. And then second point, communication issues that have been discussed at length, so I also won't go into detail with that. So for the knowledge gaps, we try to come up with concrete research questions. So for the first bullet, the impacts, the regionally differentiated impacts, it's important to realize again that impacts differ from region to region. They can be positive or negative, but coming back to also the plenary discussion from yesterday, it's important to actually revisit how we define regions, and it's important to actually do that consistently across working groups to come up with a regionalization, both for the analysis and also for the reporting, because for the analysis it was felt that the current IPCC regions are too coarse often, and then for the reporting, if it comes at country level, that might also not always be ideal. And also, coming back to Oleg's comment from yesterday, that regions are often context-specific, context-dependent, so geopolitical regions might matter more for research questions than research questions for climatological zones, ecological zones. So we think that can be accommodated. Again, it should be done consistently across the working groups. So coming up with the first research question is what is actually the right level of scale and how do we actually integrate across scales, going both from local, national, regional to global, but also across the different types of scales that are context specific. And then the second one, partially related to that, is what is actually the resolution of climate drivers that we required to assess regional impacts. And yesterday we made a plea for higher resolution information in that dimension, but actually we need to realize that this is driven by the needs for responses. So we also need to prioritize there based on what will actually make a difference for the responses. So going to the third question, that's also revisiting what we had yesterday. How do we actually identify hotspots of vulnerability? And that also has implications then for the hotspots for action. So that relates already to the responses. How do we measure vulnerability? There was a strong plea to have multivariate analysis of dimensions going further than 1 or 2 dimensions, but also to not only look at the magnitude of one impact, but also at the rate of change in the different drivers, so how fast are things changing, and realizing that it's not only driven by climate change, but also by other human factors, and we had a long discussion about migration, population growth, and so on. So a matrix of hotspots should look at the rate of change, critical vulnerabilities, and adaptive capacity, and also the cost and benefits of actions. And there are a couple of cross-cutting things to consider for co-production and co-design, such as our discussion on ethics and values, and the different dynamics across regions, and also the stakes of different stakeholder groups and different timescales. And the fourth question then comes to the teleconnections, because you have to also take a step back and look at the bigger picture, not only at the regionally specific impacts, but also how they are actually connected, how actions in one region can affect and impacts in one region can affect other regions, and examples are indirect land use change, climate teleconnections, and so on. And actually finding ways to look at the question, are different regions subject to different types of teleconnections, and are the same type of teleconnections having different impacts in different regions, with a number of examples I'm not going to go into detail with. And the last question was a set of questions was revolving around tipping points, noting that maybe they're not featuring so prominently globally, but can have disruptive parts, and I might be learning across areas. And then the penultimate slide on the regional differentiation of responses, here noting that, again, it depends a lot on a regional definition, and coming to the research questions immediately, reiterating what we said yesterday for the need, about the need for a response typology to actually measure levels of successes of both mitigation and adaptation in different regional contexts, and thereby also coming up with a typology of governance structures with the different dimensions. And then second, again, using the INDCs as a lens for research. What do we actually need to do to achieve them? What are the implications? And actually we can also fill an important gap here for this, what's been called the increasing ambition mechanism in the Paris Agreement. Okay.
Thanks, Sabine. While we move to the task group 4, I appreciate that we keep the presentation along the overarching points and tried also the audience to keep that for the next plenary discussion. I will let you know at 5.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, number.
What was it called?
What was it called? Good question. We had a very attractive one, I know that. Produced by...
I don't remember what it was called.
Scenarios, it's called.
Scenarios, it's called.
That's a good point, scenarios.
Oh, it's very pretty.
It is very pretty. Yeah. So our whole purpose was to try and make scenarios attractive. So thanks to Helmer Kriegler for the suggestion of putting these flowers on the page. I think to make scenarios attractive, our really points come back to what was really said earlier today, and it's really all about communication and access to the data that is so important to engage the different communities. So to try and improve this, we can improve the way we describe things. We can have standard definitions. We can also try and be more transparent about why we're integrating and who our target audience is. And I would think we really have to think about communication from the beginning, and we have to be really positive that we want to talk about things that aren't just related to climate change, like the sustainable development ideas. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, well, this is not as attractive as I wanted it to be. Yeah. Go for it, really. Yeah. So our recommendation to the IPCC are basically, I do think we do have the SSP scenario framework that has been really well developed. So we can use this framework in two distinctive ways. The first way to use this framework is to really take all the other scenario literature and try and use this framework as a mapping tool to map all the existing ideas onto the brand new framework. The other idea, it goes back to what Joachim said at the beginning, which was to try and really explore one or two of these specific pathways, and within those pathways to go from the policy right through to the implementation of things like the Paris Agreement. So that will work very well, I think. But to do that effectively, of course, you really have to go down to the regional and local scales. So getting down to what is occurring at the local and regional scales is so important. So perhaps something like a regional chapter where you really explore these scenario aspects in some detail. Yeah? Can you go forward through to the other pretty pictures here? More pretty pictures? Wow. Go forward, more. Oh no, not that far, I'll go back. Yeah. Okay, so our recommendations to the research community are once more, I think, geared toward effective communication and the distribution and access to the data. We need to be able to downscale these scenarios effectively. We also want to begin to explore multi-dimensional research and things like include uncertainty far better than we have done. And I think we can't do this without really broadening precipitation. Precipitation, that's not the right word. Participation is not a better word. So I'd like to thank the group. They were a great group, and these comments weren't my own, they were theirs. So thanks to the group, and thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot. It's great to see how complementary and coherent are the points so far. So let's move to the final group. We are doing just great. It's 10:30, so congratulations. 5 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think we are going to go straight to the second one.
Do you want me to do it for you?
Yes, please. So, the main recommendation of our group is the generation and use of an integrative risk framework across the working groups. So I want to start with the characteristics that we discuss in our group that this risk framework would like to have according to the discussion that we did have in our room. So we want a risk framework that assesses the knowledge base of the risk, not only the risk, that enables the coordination between working group 1 and 2 to produce probabilistic information that can be used, that gives visibility to the human and social factors and uses valuation systems, like, for example, ethics in addition to others, that it speaks to and listens to multiple stakeholders, including the business community, finance, etc., and that it has the flip side of the risk, the opportunities that has been mentioned, and therefore enables the connection with Working Group 3, expands the application of the risk assessment done in Working Group 3 to include the types of risk of implementing aggressive mitigation technologies, and that enables different degrees of quantification, hybrid ways of quantification, and therefore enlarges the view of risk, but it still remains within the IPCC boundaries. So our proposal is, and that is the next, to go to something very familiar and to tweak it. So we want to future earthish the burning embers by applying the characteristics to this risk framework to explore how to expand its value, to include many other different reasons of concern that can be used at multiple scales and for multiple purposes. Consider, for example, compound events, and there must be multiple ways in which we can tweak this framework to serve the purposes of what we have defined. And of course, whenever it is to be used, it has to have an explanatory narrative of the knowledge bases that has been used. So if we go to the next, how will it speak to all the other working groups? This is our first hypothesis to be developed. So working group 1 deals with one part of the risk equation, that is probability of relevant climate events, and can communicate these probabilities to the application of the detailed risk calculations for working group 2 and 3 through an application in the burning embers. Working group 2 is the one that focuses on the climate risk regarding multiple issues from agriculture, fisheries, communities of livelihoods, and will use it to illustrate, but with a traceable account of the probabilities that are quantifiable, but at the same time allowing to include that which is less quantifiable or not quantifiable at all. Working group 3, as said, needs to show how mitigation will reduce the specific risk using the same risk framework, speaking the same language and using the same visualization technique, but also, again, needs to span this risk to include the risk of aggressive mitigation technologies. And in the end, we hope this can help having a better understanding of the trade-offs and the co-benefits. So our recommendations to IPCC is, of course, to take a step back and review the use of risk in different communities and in the different air cycles, and of course implement this risk framework after it has been matured and co-designed and co-produced in consultation with users. The recommendation to research is to mobilize interdisciplinary research from many different angles, as has been mentioned here many times, to develop further this integrative risk framework, and to mobilize organizing arenas, because here is where we can actually do the co-design and the co-production with users, trying to understand what type of risk information they need to enhance their decision-making context and to better understand that. And this can lead to a more mature version of this framework that then IPCC can create a system to implement, and we will have a more salient, credible, and legitimate assessment. That's the suggestions of our group.
Okay, thanks a lot. Let's break for the coffee, and let's reconvene to 11. You want to make some comments?
Yeah, just to remind you all that in 5 minutes the tour will begin of the Nobel session room.
and if you want to sign up for taxi sharing. And just to say, we haven't been alone in the last few days. We've been joined online by over 300 people either watching together with us or logging on in the evening and watching the on-demand video. So I think that's been an excellent result.
Yes, 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 very embarrassing for them. Maria, are you coming here? Mercedes, can you, Mercedes, can you bring Sabine? Sabine, where? Yes. Yeah. No, no, I asked him to do it later. Otherwise, we are going to lose her. No, no, I will keep her. No, later. No, not now. We will keep until 11:30 because I don't have people. Yeah, why don't you move to the right of a Zoom? So, so and now Sabini. So we are here. Let's. Okay, let's try to start. We are 11:10. We have some time before the task groups reconvene to have a sort of plenary discussion about what we have heard this morning about the key points of the task groups. I will ask the audience to do the same thing that this guy has done, just keeping track and being concise. So I would ask to keep the questions around the overarching themes. And if you have a comment or question regarding detailed aspects of some of the task group themes, I ask you to contact them directly or to participate in the task group meeting that will be afterwards. Otherwise, I will stop it. And also, they did a great job doing the summary of 2 days of discussions in 5 minutes. So I believe all of us can make a comment in 1 minute. So if you don't do it, I will cut it too. Sorry to be a sort of a guardian, but it's the only way that to take advantage of this time. So I open the floor, not only to the people that's on that side, but also from this side, if you have some comments regarding the differences among the different groups. I will take 3 and then ask them to answer. 1, 2, 3, Pablo.
Thank you. I'm Max Dilley with the World Meteorological Organization. This question, I'm in the risks group, and the question is mostly directed on the solutions discussion, but I think it affects the others as well. One difference between AR6 and AR5 is that AR5 very much informed the Paris Agreement, but now we have the Paris Agreement, so I think AR6 is more going to be informing the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and Florin made a reference to this. So in the Paris Agreement, for example, there are the nationally determined contributions, and they have to, come up with solutions, basically, to mitigation and adaptation problems. And the solutions recommendations were very much oriented towards the process of making solutions. And I wondered to what extent you're going to actually analyze solution options, because reforestation or biofuels or renewables would have big implications, and the risks that we were looking at were risks associated with specific solutions. So,
okay,
thanks.
Good. The next one? Him, yes. The scenarios. Sorry, I don't know the names. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Tom Kram, PBL, Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency. I had a question about the risk summary. There was mentioned that the recommendation was to develop an overarching cross-working group risk framework. My hunch is that even if we get all the good people together to start doing that, that will be quite some time away, and will probably, I'm not entirely sure, will probably not feed yet into the AR6. There was a recommendation to the IPCC to start using that framework once it's there. But do you also have one idea on what the IPCC might be doing in the meantime, waiting for this overarching new thing to come?
Okay, thank you. And the third is of Pablo, one of the early career scientists.
Hello, good morning. My name is Pablo Borges. I'm from the Brazilian Climate Network and also early career scientist. I'm just missing here, I don't know if it's a recommendation, but I'm missing here some recommendations on enhancing the dialogue between climate scientists, impact modelers, and decision makers. Basically in terms of gathering climate information. I am personally have been working with downscaling community, and to be honest, so far I feel a little bit like a fish out of the water. And I don't know if all of you know, but 3 months ago there was here a conference, a Cordex conference, and there has been a lot of discussion on how to use climate information in a robust way, reliable way to be applied in impact models and decision makers. So, and they came out to the conclusions that would be very positive to have a dialogue between those two communities.
Okay, thanks. Please, any of you can respond.
I will just answer the one from Pablo, because that was exactly my recommendation, or the recommendation we did have. So we want to create that data centre, and also that community network where there is that dialogue to really inform the downscaling and the impact.
Okay.
So that was exactly one of our key recommendations.
Great. Maria has a comment?
Just very, very quickly, I think part of the discussion about users is that we have many, many different kinds of users, not only end users. I think we got narrowed down this end user term that I'm not very fond of. And I think that was one of the ideas of, we have heard several times, the IPCC is co-designed, but co-production will happen with different actors and different users. And I think that's a good example where the scientific community itself is a user of products.
Thank you. Regarding the two first questions, if somebody wants to answer. Yeah.
Yes, thanks. The question about the solutions and our main proposal being more about thinking about how to get to the solutions. I think it is that to some extent, but if you think about how that first question could be integrated across chapters, it will then engage with the substance of the actual solutions. So, for example, the recommendations about various different kinds of meta-analyses, it's precisely emerged from this idea that we need to learn from the emerging solutions on the ground, many of which are in the grey literature and are not actually yet in the peer-reviewed literature. So we see the meta-analyses as a key way to start pulling out the actual substance of the solutions and then beginning to make some statements about that in the assessment. So we think it does interface with that as well.
Great. More responses to the three questions?
And actually, that's also what we try to show in with our recommendations from the regional perspective, that if we want to bring that up to a level where it's usable, we need a typology to see what works, what doesn't work, and how far does it get us, and at which time scale.
Asun, do you want to?
Yes, regarding the question about the risk framework, the proposal that we have put on the table is not to reinvent the wheel, but to use the burning embers and the reasons for concerns as a point of departure, and then to think about how to make it work in a much broader way. I will think that there is perfect time for the research community to mature this idea. There is perfect time to mobilize in terms of co-production and co-design with different stakeholders, not end users, to understand how is best, what types of reasons for concerns they need to be there, what types of understandings of risk will enable them decision-making, and so on. How can the IPCC use it? It's not only use it, sorry that we were all rushed with PowerPoint. IPCC can start not only engaging with this process of maturing, but also use it in the sense of including from the moment of scoping and laying out the different chapters of all the working groups in order to integrate and to make sure that this is going to be an integrative key element across all the working groups. So there's a lot of work also that IPCC is on time to implement in this regard.
Okay, thanks. Let's take three more questions. I have two hands pending of the first, your head. Wendy was, Kristie, and you. Okay, let's start with Wendy. Then
I have a question relating to co-design and communication. Policymakers talk 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees. IPCC has delivered RCP 2.6, RCP 8.5. There's a communication gap there, and now we have the SSPs as well. I think we need to fundamentally think about how we deliver our messages and whether or not they're understandable. And I think we need to embed that deep into our research and our communication throughout. I mean, I'd just like to hear how big is this gap and how can we bridge it?
Okay, thanks. Kristie?
If this meeting were held 15 to 20 years ago, perhaps not scenarios, but every one of these groups would have had a very heavy emphasis on vulnerable groups. And it was striking that there was no mention of vulnerable groups and how to protect vulnerable groups.
Okay, and the third question? Yes.
Hi, thank you for nice presentations. I really enjoyed. Congratulations. So I would like to ask you, like, if you look at the recent criticism of IPCC reports, then they would say that IPCC reports overestimates the risk and about climate change, and some working group third has lost the quality of the content that should be there. So, and moreover, how to IPCC tell you about the impacts, projections, and scenarios, and some of those scenarios are not actually real. If you know about the Himalaya glacier controversy that was there, like there was an error in the reports. So, in your reports, do you think that such kind of controversies or such kind of errors will not occur in future? And one thing. Second thing, like the issue of equality and equity and justice should be taken further in this regard. And third is that if we want things to improve further and to be pragmatic further with the approach, then can you think like how we can do sustainable retreat? And if you like to, if you tell me more about that, how we can go with the sustainable retreat things. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks. Would you like to start with these three sets of questions?
Maybe I would like to address Kristie's question about vulnerable groups. We did discuss in the risk, and I actually mentioned it was one of the key characteristics of this ideal risk framework would be that it's able to portray the risk for the most vulnerable. And we even discussed whether the language of vulnerability in the first place is actually the right one, and so on and so forth. And an additional point in which a risk framework can enable to make sure that IPCC speaks about the problems and the risks for these groups is to also add systems of valuation that are outside economic terms. And that was the reason for bringing in ethics as a system of valuation. And that also responds to questions of ethics, equity, and concerns, which in the AR5 were reduced and limited to a very sort of narrow economistic interpretation of ethics in Working Group 3, but the ethical issues were missing from Working Group 1. It was not the territory. So, and the only way this can come in is if it's framed in a way that calls for the type of literature that is already out there, excellent literature, looking into some of these issues.
Great. Penny?
Yeah, to add to that, Chris, great point. We did very much discuss vulnerable groups in our discussions, and it is actually implicit in the statement of solutions for whom. But we'll certainly make that more explicit. We spent a lot of time talking about that, both in terms of access to the process and solutions for vulnerable and marginalized groups. So it's there, if not on the slide yet.
More responses to the three questions?
Yeah, and then actually following up on that, also for the regions especially, we had a discussion that needed to be especially taken into account more systematically, really mapping hotspots of vulnerability, critical points, and so on. And that also takes into account issues of ethics and so on, where we're thinking that the least we can do is to recommend to consistently include in the analysis the distributional impacts, not only of the impacts itself, but also of the measures that we take to minimize impacts. And then finally to Wendy's questions, which was a gap in communication between RCPs, SSPs, and what's actually happening. I mean, especially coming from the regional group, I guess that's where the gap is biggest, to really say, what does it actually mean on the ground? And I think a lot more can be done there.
Great. I think another problem is, of course, the better the scenarios become, the models become, the message might also change. So how do you guarantee, or how do you develop frameworks that would allow that change, not bring us back to a point before people believed us or did not believe us? I think that is a problem that is not going to go away. And to a certain extent, I guess it behooves the community, but also, we were talking earlier about the relationship with the media on how to communicate in a sophisticated way that will also, transmit the fact that it is changeable, or it can be differently. Very quickly to the question about the scenarios, I think that how realistic the scenarios are. So we did discuss that some in our group, and I think that one recommendation is that the assumptions in the scenarios have to be very, very transparent, so that even if you don't agree with what in the scenarios or the variables that have been included in the models, is that you know exactly what's going on there. And I think that is a goal for one of the priorities that we discussed.
Great, Pierre.
Yeah, I do think, just coming back to the communication from the scenarios, we did think that it was good to have a whole range of scenarios still available for comparison, because you do have to make comparison between the different options. And the other thing is that we have, and we want to definitely distinguish between scenarios and particular pathways. And so where I think the communication does come in fact, is really trying to communicate what a 1.5 degree pathway, or what different pathways to 1.5 degrees might look like. So I think we can make the clear distinction, and I think within the SSP, RCP kind of framework, we can identify those particular pathways, and we can really build strong narratives around the pathways that speak to a whole range of different communities.
Great, thanks. Let's take 3 questions. I have one over there, the lady on the back, and Jose. Sorry.
Yeah, good morning. Elmar Kriegler, Potsdam Institute. I have a question to the risk group, and then also a comment on the funding that I think was mentioned by the GAP group. So concerning the reasons for concern, as a way to integrate risk concept across working groups, I think this needs to have more consideration, because it's fundamentally a concept that bases risk on temperature. But first we need to think what risk of what we are talking, risk of what? So another option is to base risk on pathways. And as Johan pointed out on the first day, a pathway can imply different levels of temperatures with different probabilities. So this is not compatible.
Okay.
And the other thing is, if you think of where to look for the reduction of risk due to mitigation, this is directly related to the impact side. So it's not clear whether it's working group 2 and working group 3. So that's a question here. The then I dropped a comment on funding, just to get this on the risk reasons for concern in, is also the metric. I think it communicates well, I see that, but the metric is unclear. It's not about qualitative language, because likelihood is linked to probability, but what's the metric here? And so that's why the concept is limited, and there's a lot of very hard and difficult questions which will need to be answered before I think this concept can develop its full potential.
Thanks. The next one? On the back.
Thank you very much for the floor. Once again, my name is Cecilia Githaiga, and yes, I work at the National Environment Management Authority. Now I am amazed at what I've had. Today has been a very, very good day. Thank you very much. So briefly, I was just thinking that maybe from a practitioner's point of view, what we are looking for is a link between the documents and the mechanisms that we have in place. And I am now thinking about how to link the community on the ground with the report of the IPCC, the various reports. So since the governments generally report on behalf of the citizens, perhaps, and I'm asking this group because these are the technocrats sitting right here, it would be useful, or it might be time to look at our guidelines for preparation of documents, so that if the guidelines for the national communication require certain things to go in there, or the INDCs, maybe we can tweak them to put all these things that we are saying in there, so that we can be able to have a follow-up on actions that are taking place in different platforms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the last one of these 3 ones?
Yeah, my question goes, I think, is to task group 2, your message to on fostering links. You were mentioning about involving other actors, and I would like to know whether you elaborated a little bit more because I think you mentioned involving other actors in the writing process, and probably that is not compatible with the IPCC process. So I'm sure you discuss this more, and I would like to know how you envisage this. Thank you.
Okay.
Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for the question, Jose. No, we don't mean, involving all of those other actors specifically in the writing process. Certainly, though, this group in the plenary discussions has very much endorsed the idea of involving more kind of, can we call them suitable practitioners, people from other spaces in the writing process. And that is definitely, I think we would certainly endorse that. Somebody in one of the discussions we've had said, how many architects are there actually, or built environment professionals, for example, in the writing groups? I mean, does anybody know of one? This is a critical issue. These people need to be involved. So at certain levels, we are talking about that. But our point on stakeholder engagement was very much about finding better ways to involve people, perhaps midway through the assessment, when we have some ideas, we have some, you could say, preliminary findings. So we have the formal IPCC review process, but in addition to that, is there anything we could do? Building on the Working Group 3 example of a formalized meeting. So, this will need some more thought about exactly how this could be done, but it could be very positive.
Okay, Maria,
I think another point of this is that there is actually an emerging literature, and sometimes it's great, sometimes it's peer-reviewed, of practitioners actually writing about this, or of their interaction with the climate science knowledge-making enterprise, but also what they think would improve that relationship. So I think this is another way that you can include this in the formal process of the IPCC.
Yeah, and on the regional basis, we also had a bit of discussion on that, and there it was the feeling that already when you formulate the research questions, you could take the needs of users into account, and the INDCs are one example where increasing ambition and so on does actually express such a need.
Regarding the other questions, assume.
Yes, regarding the comment on risk and the difficulties of modifying the burning numbers, I think this is the types of discussions that need to happen. We didn't have, of course, the time or all the solutions about how this needs to be changed. It was just a proposal. But I really think that it will be flexible enough in order to accommodate the different types of measures, getting away from temperature to pathways and so on. So I think this is the type of debate to at least try, rather than brushing it away.
Okay, thanks. Let's take the last three questions. I have some hands. Lövin, over there. Sorry.
No,
you're just complimenting.
Question. No.
Okay, a question. So let's think. We have Lövin, we have Joydeep, we have Piers, and we have that hand on the back, and that's it for this. Okay.
Thank you, Carolina. If I have to choose, I will choose only few simple scenario, because I think RCP is the best set of scenario because it's not too much compared to the other. And then now we have a matrix of scenario here. So people may ask question about these matrices and so on like that. But the important thing is not how much scenario that you have, but the important thing is how much downscale you can go into regionalization. What I mean is, I think we have now the computer technology that is adequate enough to do the whole thing without doing the downscaling. So better to have less scenario, but with the same computing time. We have already given the scientists to do their own regional part of the solution to find the pathway and then the solution like that. The second one is about the risk and solution. Are we going to have AR6 in more solution framing than the risk framing? Because so far people just look at the IPCC report, and the whole thing they see is very scarce thing that in their readings. Wow, we will have this thing. But can we provide that more solution to them in the pathway and so on like that? So I think we need to see more solution than risk. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Joydeep?
Just a small clarification from the regions group. Have you decided how you would like to define regions? By country, by ecosystem, something else?
Okay, thanks. On the back, and then we finish with Piers.
Thank you. I want to recall the point that I made on the first day of the meeting, rate of climate change. And I want to explain a little bit what I mean. I didn't find any reflection in the output of these working groups that we have on that. And this is important, and I want to recall it once again. Just continuing the line which we've heard already this morning. Supposing your house is going to get burned, or let's say it flooded, in 10 years, next month, or tomorrow. These are quite different situations. And any real risk assessment should always balance the rate of change with the rate of adaptation. In 10 years, you can replace your house and bring it to the other place. Tomorrow, no. So how it is reflected in any of these, I would prefer seeing it everywhere in all working groups. This rate of change as a key word.
Okay, thanks, point taking. And Piers, make your question, and then open the floor to the...
Well, I do think my question does very much relate to the solution one that came from the floor, in fact. I think, having attended the COP meetings and the UNFCCC meeting in the past, I have really seen the dialogue change from a risk framing to a framing of opportunities, and I see that as a far more powerful sort of framing. So I would like to challenge the whole risk framing and say, let's not even bother with it.
Reactions, comments? Yeah, soon?
Okay, so I take that point.
Sorry, take this as your final comments because we have to wrap up something.
All right, so this answering to this question can be my final comments, at least from my perspective, not necessarily the group. I think it would be very difficult to sort of move directly to the solutions and the opportunities and abandon the risk. AR5 Chapter 1 had this climate resilient pathways figure that talks about the problem space or the risk space and the solution space, and in between is the opportunity space. So I think that a risk framework that is able to link with the opportunities will be a risk framework that is much more solution-oriented. But getting rid away with the risk is probably risky, especially for the most vulnerable, most vulnerable people. That's just an
answer for all the set of questions that we have, Sabine.
A quick answer to the regionalization. So it was really felt strongly that the current IPCC regionalization does not work. We have to go beyond that. We did not come up with a final recommendation on which regionalizations exactly should be used because we felt probably we need another workshop for that. But there was the feeling that for different sets of research questions, it would actually be good to have different regionalizations, maybe based on climate zones, maybe on ecological zones, and so on. And whether we do that in a sort of metric structure or how we do that remains to be seen. But it was strongly recommended that that should be consistent across working groups so that you also have consistent outputs.
Thank you. Benny?
I would certainly like to see a much stronger emphasis on the opportunities and solutions in AR6, but I think it needs to be based on an even better, on an enhanced risk assessment first. You know, I don't think we can do that without, we can't identify opportunities and solutions without an even better risk assessment than we had in AR5, but I think the balance should definitely be, there should be a large balance on opportunities and solutions. Quickly, though, just to say, perhaps something that will be fundamentally different as well about AR6 is that, and you know, I think it also came in the way you initially framed the risk framework that you're proposing, but I know this is very just a quick idea. You spoke about Working Group 2 as being the space that looks at risks, and Working Group 3 solutions. But what's different now, of course, is that we know that throughout the assessment, all of the working groups, the solutions are embedded in each of them, as are the risks. So I think that will be a fundamentally different thing about AR6.
Great. Maria?
Okay, so, you know, I can't disagree with that, but I also want to remind us that one issue that we are discussing here is what is the space for the decision making. So we know very little. Opportunities actually resonate with a lot of people, but risk also resonate with a lot of people. So our need to understand the decision context and the different kinds of decision makers, not only governments, I think it cannot be emphasized enough. I think I agree that solutions and risks have to be everywhere, but the trade-off is that when it's everywhere, it's nowhere. So I think it has to be everywhere, but it also has to have a dedicated space where it is systematically discussed across the groups, not say every chapter look at it, because then We go back to the comment in the back, we see something in the chapter, and what is the linkage between what is in the chapter and the mechanisms of decision-making that are available to people making decisions.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the responses. Thanks for the questions. And before we break up in the last parallel sessions, we have some announcements to be made.
No, it's okay, excuse me. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Quéré, as I'm a member of the organizing committee working at the Global Hub of Futures in Paris. I just want to give to every task group now some recommendations, because you have 1 hour to refine your work. And I just want to explain you that after the meeting, you have to write a report for IPCC in 2 steps. There will be a very short report, or 2 or 3 pages, that you have to send to IPCC in 2 weeks, and then a full report in March 2017. So for doing so, we need some material from you. And the first one is that you have already done a fantastic job, and that could be seen by your reports and the discussion we had this morning. I don't know if they were inspired by the fact that the Nobel Prize for Physics and Chemistry is decided now in this room. It's very impressive. But you made a fantastic job, all the task groups, and I very warmly thank you for that. For me, it's very inspiring. But there is still some new step you have to achieve, and during the next hour, you have to provide 2 bullet points towards IPCC from one side and towards the scientific community for the other side. And you can also remain and still have additional material, but please structure more your report and be sure that your points and recommendations are targeted to IPCC or to the scientific community properly, so relevance. And be sure that you prioritize the points that you really want to prioritize. And you then come back to me or to the other members of the Secretariat, so Wendy, Rebecca, or Torsten, and give them today. The best would be before lunch, but no later than the beginning of the afternoon. Give us your reports. Thank you so much for that. And afterwards, when you come back home, you have the opportunity to write a longer report and to send it to me. So my email address is here. And please do it in the 2 forthcoming weeks, because afterwards, you will do, you are doing a lot of things at the same time, but I am sure that in the 2 forthcoming weeks, you will do a fantastic job to just add all the matter you would like us to draw and to convey to the IPCC. And I want just to finish by thank you in advance for this, and thank you very much for the fantastic job you already made. Thank you. For science in general.
And I've been asked to say a couple of words before everybody goes back to their task group, based on Pierre's very good question about whether we should ditch the risk framing. And I want to provide, louder?
Yes, yes.
Oh, it sounds loud to me. I'd like to provide a counter to that. There are winners and losers with climate change. And if we focus only on the opportunities, we are not going to help the losers. There's people who right now are suffering and dying because of climate change. And we do have a responsibility as a community to take a very clear and hard look at what kinds of risks they are facing and what can be done. Communities are being moved. As I said, people are dying. There's going to be losers, and we have to also bring that information forward. We have to be honest brokers of both the opportunities and of the downsides. And the risk framing is intended to capture that. I have a public health hat that I'll put on, and if you go to your doctor and you've got a serious illness, you need to know that. You can't be told all will be okay. That's the way medicine used to work, when only the family was told if there was something very serious. We have this responsibility to do this, and the risk framing is a way for our community to organize to better present those downsides that are likely to occur, what the solutions are to try and mitigate that, and to find ways to help those communities and those individuals that are going to have to move, are going to suffer terrible consequences over the coming decades.
So thank you very much. This is just assistance with the rest of the day, so you have a clear picture of what's happening. So now 1 hour in your task groups to discuss what came out of this morning and to prepare the material that Claire asked you for. So lunch will be served at 12:45 in the usual place. And we've given you a little bit longer for lunch because there's a possibility that your hour may stretch a little. So this is a fairly flexible lunch time. So the next session in plenary here begins at 2 o'clock. But we are expecting at 2 o'clock to have some guests from both the city of Stockholm and from the government of Sweden. So it would be wonderful if we were all here and sitting down at 2 o'clock so that we can begin promptly, because I assure you they leave promptly. So in order to make the most of their presence and to get the conversation going between the task group co-chairs as soon as possible, please do come back here at 2 o'clock and have a fruitful task group discussion and a delicious lunch. Thank you. Did you have a change to my question? I'm going to ask it now. So now we've reached the final stretch of a dynamic and, if I judged by the level of conversation, exciting workshop. We certainly hope to have generated challenging questions in our working groups, our task groups. And all through the 3 days, we've been talking about the main audience for the IPCC, the national governments, the need for perhaps a changed relationship in the new context, which is the Paris Agreement and Agenda 2030. It certainly feels like a new context, judging by the conversations that we've been having in the last few days. So we are incredibly fortunate to have with us today the Minister for Climate and Development and the Deputy Prime Minister from Sweden, and also another stakeholder from another part of the governing process, the Mayor of Stockholm. And so we have a chance already now, even though we know we're talking several years ahead of hard work with the IPCC to deliver AR6, we have an opportunity now to test our messages, to report back on what we've been discussing and the thoughts that we've all had on how AR6 can match more completely this new context of the Paris Agreement and Agenda 2030. So in order to set the scene for our guests, I'd like to invite the co-chairs, with co-chairs there's always two, so one of the co-chairs of each of our task groups to come and join me on stage, and we'll have a short conversation about what you feel are the interesting new outcomes, conclusions, and challenges going forward in this area, talking specifically about risk and solutions. So I will call to the stage Purnamita Dasgupta from India, who is co-chair for Task Group 1, where we were looking at gaps in the scientific knowledge. So please come up. I'd like to invite Benjamin Preston from the USA, who was co-chair of the Task Group 2, looking at solutions. Mark Stafford Smith, co-chair from Task Group number 3 from Australia. And Tom Cram from the Netherlands, who was co-chair of our Task Group number 4, looking at scenarios. And last but absolutely not least, Linda Mearns from Task Group 5, looking at risks. So be close enough to a mic when you speak. But I'm not going to ask that many questions because I'm hoping for a dynamic 20-minute chat here that just sets some context and some scene for our visitors. So maybe we start from 1 and go to 5 to ask the question: How have you experienced the conversations in these task groups with the context of the new governments being committed to the Paris Agreement and committed to Agenda 2030? Has that influenced the way you are thinking about AR6? And then I'll ask you then about more of the specific outputs, but just maybe a quick answer to that question. So Purnamita.
Hi. Thank you, Stockholm Resilience Center, Future Earth, and IPCC for having me here to participate in this very important workshop. I think it's been very rewarding because we've been having lots of discussions on the quality of science versus the usability of science, and I found that particularly relevant to the context of how we move forward with the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think one of the most interesting aspects for me has been, this couching this entire discussion, at least in our working group, around solutions. And I think that really changes the dynamic of how we view climate change assessment and how we view the AR6, moving away from just doing the science in our various disciplines to talking about how that science links up to solutions. So, but having a much more robust conversation on solutions than I think we've ever had before. That said, I think that also creates a number of tensions that arise for the AR6 in terms of how do we appropriately balance credible scientific investigation with policy and practice relevant knowledge.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. I think the first thing to say is there's been a lot of really nice people here. It's been great 2 or 3 days, so I've enjoyed it from that point of view. But also, I mean, the group that I've been involved in has been thinking from the regional perspective, and I mean, to follow on from Ben's comment there, as you get into solutions, of course, a lot of them have to happen in places. In fact, they all have to happen in places. And so trying to make that connection to what's actually going on in regions, what's going on in individual cities or countries becomes a real, both a fascinating opportunity, but also quite a challenge at times, trying to reach into literature that's perhaps not so readily available to people's experiences, to even understanding how successful things have been. So I'm sure that's something we might pick up more.
Thanks.
Yeah, I join in with my predecessors here in just saying that it has been a very rewarding couple of days and very interesting new suggestions and ideas how to move forward. I was responsible for the task group on scenarios. I think we went a long way in establishing how we actually could use the existing framework for more exploratory scenarios in the context of scenarios, including downscaling to smaller scales, including to reaching out to other communities and other applications, but also thinking about the new reality of moving away from just exploring futures into how those uncertain futures might be turned out into certain goal settings, not only for climate change and the Paris Agreement, but also in a broader setting. And well, that is a bit of a personal hobby from my side, but I cannot stress enough how important I think to get this broader perspective on climate change and development. I think you're very fortunate here in Sweden to have one minister who has those two things under the belt, because they cannot be seen independently, and all the other issues and challenges in more sustainable development have something to do with climate change in one way or the other. And whatever we can do to clarify that those relationships and trade-offs and synergies, I think we really can contribute. And if we can do that in AR6, let's do it.
Thank you.
Well, I can say without fearing that I'm being hyperbolic, that I'm thrilled that this workshop has come to fruition and exists, since I've dedicated perhaps too much of my life to trying to see greater integration across the past 4 IPCC assessments. I'll also mention that, all right, so I'm one of the co-chairs of the group on risk, which seems extremely apposite since I'm the head of the group at NCAR, the Regional Integrated Sciences Collective. I carefully chose this so that the acronym spelled risk. Not bad, huh? So risk has certainly actually existed in the IPCC reports going back to 2001, but clearly it came to greatest fruition in the most recent, the AR5. And I think we viewed it in the task group, which had just a delightful bunch of people in it, that it really is a great overarching frame and can be an integrating theme in and of itself. I think one of the great things about risk is that it's a concept that most people of all walks of life can relate to. I like to give the example of a great low probability, high impact event, which is fires in one's home. And at least in the Western world, developing countries, most people have fire insurance. Well, why? Because when you ask people about, do they actually expect their house to burn down, they say no. And yet they all have fire insurance. Well, sometimes that's a requirement for a mortgage, but it's also because even though it's not likely, the damage would be a catastrophe for people. And so it's a great example of those two fundamental elements of risk, the likelihood of an event and the consequences. And so our discussions, that sounds kind of nice and simple, but we covered an incredible range of topics, particularly one that is very important, I think, about to what degree within the IPCC can risk be quantified, to what degree should it be quantified, and does it have to be quantified for people to be able to relate to it? And I think those were some of our more intense discussions. I mean, there are too many topics to cover in my brief statements now, but I think we made a lot of progress in talking about and trying to develop a framework for risk that could cover all aspects of the IPCC, or at least be relevant to it. And gee, for a 3-day workshop, after non-trivial jet lag, I'm amazingly happy as a clam, and hopefully twice as smart.
Fantastic. So maybe we'll just take one more question, and maybe not everybody has to answer. But we've been talking about mobilizing the science community. This is very much a workshop about looking at what kind of knowledge. We've got this opportunity now. It's so early in the process for developing AR6. We have the opportunity to stimulate the production of papers that can be assessed. We talked about grey literature being difficult to assess. We talked about industry and other areas producing knowledge that is difficult to bring in. So I'm interested to hear, so in this particular aim of stimulating the science community to start producing new things, I think it would be interesting for our guests to say what might be coming down the pipeline that you sort of identified as opportunities from your groups. I'm trying not to frame it in a black hole sense, which is one of our jokes, that the gaps need to be filled and they're difficult. But what are the opportunities for the science community? Maybe Pranamita can start, since you were particularly in the black hole group.
Yes. I have a black dot to identify which group I'm in. Well, so thank you, Rebecca, for that question. I think to just sort of put it in perspective, our group was tasked with looking at the gaps within the context of this risk-benefit and risk solutions framework. And in our discussions, what emerged, one of the two key points I think emerged. The first of these was that no doubt the quality of science has been improving, but however, possibly the uptake and usability has not been as much as could have happened. And therefore, in a world where we wish to see more of this uptake and usability happening in the context of trying to achieve SDGs and having seeing more of the science being applied in various contexts, this could be something that may be addressed through the co-production of knowledge between scientists and practitioners, and all levels, so that all levels of decision makers feel more engaged with the utilization of the science. The second sort of point I would like to make is that no doubt the science is good, but there's always also the case for a wish list of gaps, if you please. But so there's a need to prioritize within those gaps, and then to keep moving the science forward to try and fill up those gaps and to do better and better science as well. Because once again, it's a question of trying for the science to live up to the challenge of an increasingly more complex world, where you're trying to address developmental issues, you're trying to improve the overall quality of life in many ways, including improving happiness, or other such indicators beyond the material indicators maybe, and also you want to somehow achieve something that you could say globally was social progress. So I think these are two of the main thoughts that emerged from our group, overarching ideas within our group. Thank you. And there are more details, but we'll put that into the report.
Yes,
Thank
well,
you.
we'll be producing a report and looking to see if we can publish some papers maybe in some of the larger journals. Any takers? Mark? Are you too slow? Oh, Ben was too slow. Ben was too slow. It's Mark and then Ben.
Okay. I was just being orderly. Yeah, I mean, just two quick things I wanted to say, which I think as we get this focus on solutions, sort of provide some exciting opportunities. One of them is, as we're still trying to define the problem, we tend to go very broad with the potential impacts. But I think we end up just generating more and more and more and more sort of challenges to everyone's brains and everything else. But as we focus a bit more on solutions, I think it enables us to identify, what particular bits of climate science are really needed for this, what particular understanding of impacts is needed in order that a decision can be made. And often that's a narrower thing which we can really then focus our efforts on doing really well. So that's one interesting area, I think, that will emerge from this thinking. The other one, very quickly, I sort of alluded to, but I think is just a really exciting thing to be involved in, which is actually trying to assess the successes and failures of existing adaptation and mitigation activities. I think as we get a sort of burgeoning of real focus on that, we're going to get some really interesting and exciting things, and we'll be able to draw on the knowledge of all levels of society in finding those solutions. So seeing how that plays out over the next 2 or 3 years, I think will be really exciting.
Thanks. Maybe one more short comment? Yep.
I'll take one. So I was going to talk about this sort of learning from practice. I don't need to do that. So I guess the other comment I would say is what I think is really exciting that's happening right now is this sort of new discourse around engagement and how the scientific community engages with different audiences. So trying to break down the wall that exists between the scientific community and the rest of society, which is actually where changes are going to come from, where solutions are going to come from, is really interesting. So I think hopefully we're going to see some really new ways of engagement, new lines of communication, and hopefully bringing new people into the assessment process by various mechanisms in order to enhance the relevance of the work that we're doing under the AR6.
Okay. I created some dissent by... So was there a short comment before we move on to the next conversation?
You're ready to make a short one? Maybe we should speak together.
We know each other for so long anyway.
Yes, exactly. All right, I'll go first.
Yeah, you go first.
Age before beauty. One of the great things about risk is how I think it integrates across some of the other themes. For example, in the most recent report, the emphasis was how adaptation can reduce risks. But a great opportunity that can really come to the fore in AR6 is combining that with the other types of solutions, particularly mitigation, and to see how the individual and then combined effects of both mitigation and adaptation can reduce risks. And I think that's a great opportunity. It's also a great opportunity to stimulate more research in mitigation areas in terms of how that could reduce the risks that were so well articulated in AR5. And I'll stop there to give my dear colleague Tom a little time.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. What I really want to say, I won't take away anything of the great comments that have been made here, and I think we all realize that in order to get the buy-in and the engagement of people, we have to speak to a broader audience than many of us have been doing over the past. I'm personally one of the few remaining people, I think, who have been contributing already to the first assessment report of IPCC and still have to tell the story. I think I'm alive. So I've seen that developing over the years. And also what I've learned from that I also have to be extremely patient. So you have to be ambitious, you also have to be patient and never give up, but also take things a step at a time. Over the course of the last, say, almost 10 years now, we have, with people from very different research communities, tried to bridge gaps at the research communities, mind you, that were very deep and very profound and very hard to surmount in earlier stages. And we brought them together because we had an overarching goal and purpose to develop a new set of cross-community scenarios for the IPCCs. This has been a very rewarding and interesting task, a very challenging task, done by many people kind of on a voluntary basis outside of the main part of their works. They've devoted time and energy in trying to carry that forward. So I'm already very happy that we are here in this stage. And now we are start thinking about what next. And I fully agree that we need to engage people. We need to get co-design of how we apply these frameworks, how we make them better, and stuff like that. But I'm still a little bit puzzled. I mean, I'm quite willing to write down all these recommendations, and I stand behind them. But they always have to think also about being very practical and where to start first and where to put your energy and your limited amount of time and money.
Thank you very much. I hope that gave you a flavor of the 2 days that we've had. Thank you very much for sharing and and I see you thanking your task groups, and that's obviously very, very relevant. So the next conversation that we are going to have, I'd like to invite Minister Isabella Lövin to the stage. And in conversation with Isabella, I would like to also invite Johan Rockström and Kristie. So a little bit of impressive background one should always give. So Minister of Climate and Development, but before that, you were elected member of the European Parliament and very active in the reform of the common fisheries policy. And that was building on the book that you wrote, Silent Seas. So Isabella is not at all foreign to this urgent need to turn science into action. And I think that that's an enormous value for us to hear from you. Now, I'm not going to introduce Johan again, because I'm pretty certain that you know Johan fairly well. There are very few people left on the planet who don't.
Oh, there are many.
And I'm frantically looking for my notes on Kristie. Kristie represents another partner in this group, Provia. You're from the University of Washington. Yeah. And so I'd like to start the conversation just to ask a little bit more about how the governments are dovetailing these two new agendas, and how it feels to be in this new context as a policymaker, and also a generator of politics, because it's not just policy. You have to bring your voters with you. So I'm curious about that, and then I'll leave the word to Johan and Kristie.
Okay. Thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to say that I'm really, really happy and honored to be here amongst you all. And I'm also very happy that this workshop is really taking place in Sweden. We feel very proud about that fact, and also all the history of Bert Bolin and the IPCC gives us a real sense of ownership also of all this process. And also the Swedish government is also a core funder to some of the hosts here, also Future Earth, for instance. So I'm also just wanting to start by thanking you all for being here and all the dedicated and fantastic work you've done, some of you ever since the first IPCC report came out. And I would say that without you and without your work, policy would never, ever be at the point that it is right now. And I remember very well when I was doing research for this book that you mentioned about overfishing. It was the deadline for the manuscript was in 2006. And still in 2006, there was this kind of uncertainty in the reporting about climate change, and you had some scientists saying this and some scientists saying that. I remember it very well because I mentioned it in my book. And then everything changed in 2007. And now little less than 10 years later. We actually stand here post-Paris. We have the Sustainable Development Goals, as you say. Without science, this would never, ever would have been possible. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for dedicating your time, and I know lots of you are spending very much of your own personal free time to do this work. So really feel that this is appreciated. And I would say, I mean, entering into politics from being formerly, I was a journalist and a writer, and discovering that change is actually possible. And I went into the European Parliament very much on one issue, that was to reform the common fisheries policy. And the best arguments that I had to convince my colleagues that we could not only look at the short-termism of industrial fisheries, but rather that we have to look more long-term for sustainable fisheries and see that we're actually talking about an ecosystem with a renewable resource, which is the fish. That was the arguments of you guys, or the science community. And when it came together so convincingly, that was actually possible to convince even the most reluctant of my colleagues that we needed a change. And I think in a similar way, IPCC and climate scientists have contributed to this kind of tipping point where in everyone's mind, except maybe the American Senate, I don't know.
Don't forget the House.
Yeah, and the House, yeah. But we need to do something about this, and we need to also make the tough policy options that lead us to a zero-carbon society. And the climate agreement, together with the new Sustainable Development Goals, this gives us a fantastic framework to really work with the policy instruments. So I think even though we see a world so full of challenges, both when it comes to our natural ecosystems, but also our social problems and the inequalities and the conflicts that this is driving. Still, we have a lot of knowledge now to base our actions on, and the frameworks within which we can actually act. But we need this, we still need the good arguments, and we need also, someone mentions, solutions and narrowing down where we actually need to make a change. And I think the science community still has a lot to contribute there.
Thank you. Well, the co-chairs of our science committee for this workshop, you know, we've reached the end of this day, and now we're discussing outcomes and conclusions with our target audience. I'm wondering if either of you two have any questions for the minister.
Please.
Well, first of all, we really do appreciate your support, so thank you very much. Second of all, in the audience, you've got leadership from the IPCC, leadership from Future Earth, leadership from Provia, scientists who are likely to be involved in the AR6, highly likely to be involved. You didn't know that when you signed up. Are there specific things that you would like to see in this next assessment report? We're talking about risks and solutions. You've heard the strong interest in understanding more the co-production of knowledge, which means working directly with end users. You're our first end user to come up on the stage. Do you have advice for us or specific requests for us?
I think it was mentioned already here on stage that one of your challenges is actually to communicate and address a broader audience and have the courage to do that. I think we need this interaction, we need all the good arguments, but it's hard to make policy changes when, as a politician, if you don't have a strong signal and a strong message coming out from the knowledge community, so to speak. So I think not being afraid of sometimes even simplifying your message. Because we need that in order to take policy decisions forward. And I think also there's some policy areas that were also mentioned here on stage. To my knowledge, I'm the second time Minister of Development Cooperation is also the Minister of Climate. I had a Norwegian colleague, Erik Solheim, formerly he was both. But I think this combination of the portfolio is really, really timely, and I think this is the next real discussion that we need to make, and to take this climate discussion one step ahead, away from too much science and too much temperature and too much percentage and too much degrees and too much this and that centimeters of sea level rise, and talk more about what it actually means for society, how climate change can be a driver on conflicts and wars, scarcity of water, land degradation, and all of that. What would that mean in terms of migration? I mean, Europe is right now really in a state of shock, and really, I would say we have big difficulties in grasping the terrible situation for so many people just south of the Mediterranean. We have 65 million people who are refugees right now in the world, but how can we predict what will happen with climate change, with sea level rise, with desertification and food scarcity? I think this is one area where maybe we would need more policy advice on that. Another topic very dear to my heart is, of course, the oceans. I see that you're already preparing for a new report on oceans and the cryosphere. And I mean, oceans to many people is just something blue out there. But I mean, we haven't really understood, as far as I know, what will happen to the entire ecosystem of the planet when the oceans are getting more and more acid, and what is happening with also with the warming and the currents and all of that. I think that is also an area where we would need more knowledge, and of course both to know and foresee the future and how we can plan, but also that we really need to get very much more into action on mitigation, and have not, I mean, I represent a green Swedish green social democratic government, and we have a very ambitious target to be CO2 neutral by 2045, and we have a broad consensus in the parliament to really work towards that end. But we need more governments, we need more countries to really understand the urgency. And I think on these two issues, we need more arguments.
If I can just pick up on your incredibly valid risk point about the rising evidence, but so far not scientifically well established, of the links between climate change and conflict, between climate change and migration, and climate change and basically destabilization of societies. It's been coming up several times that in an integrated framework for the AR6 arises many scientific challenges, so not necessarily how the IPCC will do its assessment, but what science do we need between now and when the next assessment will be gathered together. And that, in fact, one very important knowledge gap is to really, really get integrated social climate risk analysis done among the most vulnerable communities in the world. And you happen to be Climate and Development Minister, and I can tell you that, of course, an issue that rises very quickly is the lack of money and the lack of capacity to actually roll out those kind of studies so we have them ready for the sixth assessment. What are the risks at 2 degrees of having migration flows from the poorest, maladapted communities in the world? And do you have any advice or any thinking on how could we as a scientific community help mobilize even resources to be able to go out and understand exactly these conflicts, climate conflict risk issues a bit better. I think we need help on that, in fact.
You're lobbying me now?
You can take it as you wish, but
that's what I
you happen to be Minister of Climate and Development, and
actually,
she's a good friend of the Finance Minister, I can promise you.
Well, it goes up and down, I can tell you. But but we actually already commissioned a study from the Stockholm University on climate change and security. And I think this issue is really on the rise. But I understand there's always trouble finding the right resources and funding. But the way I see it, this is really a topic that is coming more and more on the agenda. Sweden is now, we've been elected the non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, and we had a sort of campaign and talking to all the countries in the world ahead of the vote in the General Assembly. And I also personally met with so many representatives of so many different countries around the world, and one thing that continued to come back time and time again was climate change in the context of global security. So I think Sweden won by the first round of votes. We had competition on 2 seats on the council. And we had the vote of 134 countries at the first round of the General Assembly, which was, we were very proud about that too. But I think that was very much because of our commitment on climate change. We're very outspoken on that. Also, our commitment on development cooperation. Since 1970s, we have the goal of giving 1% of our gross national income to development cooperation. And now we're integrating more and more also what we're doing. I mean, everything we do has to be environmentally sustainable. And this is throughout our development cooperation. And of course, slowly, also I think the need for more research in these areas is growing, I would say naturally. And I think what you're doing, what you guys are doing at the Stockholm Resilience Center is really a prime example of institutions that have really a very, very important role to play.
And just as Benjamin Preston pointed out here, that we've had a whole task group on solutions, and it's not easy for a scientific community that represents an assessment of the state of science to really dig into how far should it go into solutions and how should a scientific assessment deal with solutions. Any advice from your side there on how IPCC should venture into the space of solutions? It's a very teeny-weeny question, I know, but
No, but I thought it was interesting that you just to focus on solutions narrows things down, because otherwise you have such a vast area to do research on. So I think that's important, and maybe also it's important to for you guys to think more as policymakers as well sometimes. I mean, I don't know if that was part of your workshop to try to do that, but see how your research can fit in and really be tools for real change, because we need to find those solutions. I think one reflection I had very much when I was doing I just wrote one book, so I feel a little bit silly about repeating every time on this book, but anyway, it was a large challenge and undertaking from my part to do that, because I'm not a marine biologist, but I was so astounded, I was so shocked by the status of the Swedish seas, so terribly overfished, so terribly polluted. I decided I have to investigate. Why have no one done anything about this, although everyone knows about this? And at the time, although that we have hundreds, maybe thousands of marine biologists in Sweden and in Scandinavia. To be honest, there were only two single ones that gave interviews to explain the whole context. They could say anything else, but no, but I only know this tiny part of the marine ecosystem. I'm only working on sprat. In fact, only spring spawning sprat in the eastern Baltic. So I can't tell you anything about cod or zooplankton or eutrophication or cadmium or PCB or whatever. So there were only two who dared, give the whole picture, or even though it wasn't their particular area. And so thanks to them, which I cited quite a lot in my book, I could actually write the book. Without them, I wouldn't have, I could never ever penetrate and put all these dots together myself. And I think that's so great with IPCC, that you're putting all the dots together. So that's really only a word of encouragement.
So I have the sad knowledge that you have to rush off.
Yes.
And so to avoid making an enemy of clearly a very good friend, I think I'll draw this panel to a close. And thank you very, very much for coming here. And thank you for your advice. We were listening. I could see everyone's ears. And you're welcome back when we carry on with this conversation. We don't know how, but we certainly won't stop here. And we'll make sure that you have access to any of the written material that comes out of this workshop.
Thank you so much, and it was a pleasure listening to you and a pleasure seeing you all. And thank you for having me. Thank you. Good luck.
So maybe, if Chris and Johan, if you take your seats, we are going to spend a moment now doing something which it feels a little overdue, but the time is right because we have our guests. This workshop would have been completely impossible without the very kind funding from the city of Stockholm Business Region, and also from the Swedish Foundation for Strategic Environmental Research. I almost got that right, I think. And so what we'd like to do now is these are very engaged funders that really are connected to what we're doing. And of course, funders are also, as we heard, very important stakeholders for the science community. So I'd like to ask Corinne Vangård to tell us a little bit about why you're so engaged with what we are doing, and I have some clues here.
Yeah.
So I know that you have recently been asked to be a member of the MOIDAS high-level panel on European decarbonization pathways initiative, together with, among others, and there are some names that people will recognize, like Nicholas Stern, from the Grantham Institute and London School of Economics, and World Business Council for Sustainable Development with Peter Backer, and the former executive director of the International Energy Agency. So it sounds like a powerful group who can help, and decarbonization, of course, is an important part. So you're very welcome, and our warmest thanks for your support for this meeting.
Thank you, and very nice being here today and see you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to Stockholm, my hometown, for sure. I know you have been here a couple of days and been hard working. I really like that. We like that as Stockholmers. That's great that it will come a good outcome from your discussions. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Stockholm Resilience Center and Future Earth for organizing this workshop. As a mayor, I'm very proud of the eminent research institutions in the environmental area that we have in Stockholm. They are a great resource in our everyday struggle to become a fossil fuel-free city. Sweden and the city of Stockholm have taken an active part in the struggle for sustainable environmental for many decades now. And in the city of Stockholm, the UN held its very first international conference on environmental issues in 1972. Maybe some of you were there. And in that case, you have heard our Prime Minister at that time, Olof Palme, when he said, it's in the field of the human environment, there is no individual future, neither for human beings nor for nations. Our future is common. We must share it together, and we must shape it together. He said that 1972, and I can use that today because it's the future. We need to do this together. Stockholm is a good example of consensus-based policy making. A sustainable environment has been one of the city's top priority for the last 20 years. And we continue to have ambitious goals for the city of Stockholm and the area of environmental concern. Adaptation to climate change is a major focus for Stockholm. To manage climate change, Stockholm has to aim the city planning, the policies, and to make adjustments to the existing city. We have set ambitious goals for the city of Stockholm to be fossil fuel-free 2040, and for our own organization by 2030. To reach this goal, the city must excel in all aspects. I have not only set ambitious goals for Stockholm, I have also set clear priorities in the city budget to finance them. We also need the money. My belief is that cities, as we represent a larger part of the world's populations, are becoming ever more important in the struggle for sustainability. What we do, the policies we choose, are becoming ever more important. But cities can't do this on our own. Stockholm's climate adaptation would not have been possible without the cooperation with the academia and the business community. The close cooperation between governments, academia, research, science, business are the keys to a sustainable world. That is also the reason for Stockholm to be an active part of the international community to combat the effects of climate change and climate change itself. We will be there to push the national levels, and we will do this together with progressive cities around the world. We did it last year in Paris, and we will continue to push. It's a question of survival. My promise to you is that I will do my very best, what I can do in my role as a mayor for Stockholm, to govern the city, to be receptive to the various policy suggestions coming from you and your colleagues. And on the international level, I will go on to encourage my fellow mayors that cities are true climate leaders and that local action have a significant global impact. I will do my very, very best in the cooperation with you in this room and your colleagues. I hope that this workshop has been as successful in identifying knowledge gaps and areas for climate resilience and sustainable solutions where they contribute the most. On behalf of the Stockholmers, I want to thank you for your contribution to get closer to the goal for a sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And so I'd like also to invite to the stage to say a few words about maybe why you particularly funded this workshop. Åke Iverfeldt, Executive Director of the Swedish Foundation for Strategic Environmental Research. The researchers in this room might swoon when I say that MISTRA, this organization, funds strategic environmental research to the tune of 200 million Swedish crowns annually. So, Åke, we salute you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm really impressed by this workshop. And since I've been listening to what you have said today, and I was also here during a short while on Monday, I think you're really heading in the right direction. So just some reflection. MISTRA is an investor, a foundation investor. We expect some return on our investment. So we have invested in this workshop. This workshop seems to give an excellent result. It comes very timely and I think what I've also have heard during the day today is like music for my ears. You talk about co-production. If you read the statutes of MISTRA, you will see actually that we started already over 20 years back with that assumption that we need cooperation in between disciplines, but we also need cooperation between academics and practitioners if we want to address strategic environmental problems. And climate change has been a strategic issue for us for a long time. And the minister talked about geopolitics and migration, and I can tell you that we are closing a call just within 5 days. 50 million at least Swedish crowns for 4 years. We have a perspective to finance that area for at least 8 years. So, but maybe 5 days is not enough for you to prepare, but perhaps some of you are already prepared to meet this call. But so we saw that, exactly what the minister talked about. We saw that migration, what will happen in the world, will put a very heavy pressure on us. And since climate change can be let's say, a release factor for that, we have to handle that. We also saw that climate change could put, in our trend analysis, we see that one of the big trends now is let's say the fall of the European Union, but I don't hope that it goes so far. But it's really deteriorating the European Union, and that will be a big challenge also to climate and climate change, because the European Union has been orchestral in the negotiations, for example, in Paris. I'm very happy about the verification and transparency part of that, for example, which was driven by the European Union. So to me, that is also a challenge, that things that we don't expect to directly interfere with climate actually could change the, let's say, the playground for science and for climate change. And I would say that we talk at MISTRA also about co-creation today, since we think that co-production is just part of it. We think that already in the design phase, and I heard that you were talking about involving practitioners already from the beginning. I can tell you, we can see that when we have a hearing at Mistra, when we see from the proposing consortia, we can see if practitioners has been involved from the beginning. But co-creation is also that scientists should follow the practitioners out in implementation. So you have co-implementation also. And I think if I can give an advice is you should try that to go further already from beginning plan to follow the whole process from the beginning to the end. Yesterday I had a meeting with let's say, a climate psychologist, Per Espen Stocknes. Extremely interesting. And I think that this is an idea because we are now developing a new proposal that probably, or call that probably will deal with environmental and climate communication. But I'm sure that psychology will be a large part of that call. Since you talk about communication, but also to be able to communicate in the right way, customized, depending on the stakeholder group. You actually have to understand also how psychology works in humans, why they say no and why they behave in a different way than you expect when you present your overwhelming results with 97% of that, et cetera, et cetera. If you understand the psychology, then you might also understand how you should, let's say, repackage your message in a way that it will really be uptaken by the receiver. So I think you have addressed this all, and I'm very happy for that. But I think that you should go even further. You should go even further in this, trying to build this structure that you talk about, but also involve the stakeholder in the structure. Don't build an academic structure. Build a structure together with the practitioners already from the beginning. And that is, let's say, my end message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good journey. Yeah. So now we move to the final hour, in which we're really going to talk amongst ourselves about what the outputs, the conclusions are from this workshop, how we're going to move forward. And so I'd like to invite Kristie and Johan back up to the stage to lead us through that conversation. And I think it's probably a good idea to put a head mic on so you're feeling free. Yep, I'll pop this one on Johan so that my job is done.
Why don't you kick us off?
10 minutes and then the round.
I'd like to start by very much thanking the Science Steering Committee and to all of you that there was a document put together proposing this meeting, went to the IPCC, had a series of bullet points. And essentially it was a hypothesis that this meeting could move forward on developing a risk framework that incorporates some kind of aspect of solutions, that we could bring risk and solutions more closely together. The AR5 had a very strong risk framing. It talked about risk, talked about communicating risk, and had separate chapters on the solution, but did not provide that integration. And you have shown, in fact, that we can move forward as a scientific community, that we can take a big step forward for the AR6. And it's just we heard here for the last few minutes of how important that's going to be for the community that will use the output from the report.
Mm.
You want to go?
No, and I think it's, I mean, we should not cover over the ground of the key recommendations that have come out of the task groups, but at least in the first assessment, I think we should all be very, very satisfied and proud by the accomplishments we've made. And I think in the first scan, clearly there is enough substance to put together, not only, as we've been requested to do, a report to the IPCC, but also, as we've been mentioning, this idea of us collectively bringing out a peer-reviewed perspectives paper, potentially for a high-impact journal like Nature or Science, and to do that for the purpose of being as an inspiration for the scientific community between now and when the science is to be gathered for the sixth assessment. And I think we feel already that there's enough substance to really start jumping at that, both those products. And that clearly, just as Kristie says, that if we can, building on the AR5, suggest this cross AR5 working group lessons learned on risk in the fifth assessment, and to propose a process which could be independent actually from the IPCC's formal processes of suggesting an integrated risk framework, which in the risk task group was suggested to potentially be built from the framework that is there for the fifth assessment, plus the burning embers type integrated framing. And of course, that would be a breakthrough to have something of that kind to be coherent across the working groups. So you would have the probabilistic, climate, physical science in working group 1, using the same language, the same kind of visual in translating the climate science as the impact analysis in working group 2, and the solution space and the mitigation analysis in working group 3. So there's a lot of opportunity there, but clearly also a lot coming out on the interest of moving across scales, across social ecological dimensions, and many important knowledge challenges that we will have a challenge ourselves to kind of break it down between what is then for the, let's say, as Corinne pointed out, the future Earthish portion of what comes out of this workshop, and what are kind of direct recommendations for the IPCC's organization of the sixth assessment. But we look forward to take this on as a next step. And to be honest, we haven't walked through exactly how this could be done, but a suggestion, which of course is open for any thoughts, would be that we in the Science Committee, plus the working group co-chairs, could at least take upon ourselves as a first, let's say, a zero draft, and then share that, and that essentially any one of us who would like to contribute are welcome to join and help out in producing a major, let's say, co-authored paper here. That would be, what do you think, Kristie? Is that?
I think that would be an excellent idea, and I'd like to put one other thought into some kind of a perspective. We heard a lot about co-production of science. It's typically done at a very fine scale and a very short temporal scale. We also heard about the scenarios. If we don't have a sense of what development pathways could look like and what people need to aim for, it's going to be very difficult to know that we're moving towards a climate resilient future. We need to have benchmarks along the way. And those typically are not co-produced. So we heard these two different aspects, but we didn't hear the bringing together of that, of how you think about co-production in the sense of we've got scenarios out to 2100, and we need scenarios out to 2100 so that mayors, heads of government can know the kinds of decisions they're taking will put them on the right pathway. So I'd like to add that into the mix because I do think we need to talk about it. So yes, I thoroughly agree with the process. We hope that everybody else does.
Mm.
Yeah, thumbs up, good, yeah. Nobody's left the room.
Great, no, that's wonderful. And one thing that I think we all foresee could come out in the recommendations to the IPCC, maybe, and I'm looking a bit at Wendy and Mark and others from Future Earth, that it appears coming up time and time again that when we talk about co-design and co-development, it really implies, I mean, operationally, a series of multi-stakeholder dialogues and different scales and different sectors and different places in the world, and that could actually be basically an ask for Future Earth to kind of be a leader in hosting those kind of parallel discussions. So in the risk task group, for example, as we reported back, there's this idea of inviting the insurance companies and the World Economic Forum and the actors who are deeply understanding and concerned about risk to be in a co-design process that could potentially also inform how the IPCC communicates science-based assessments on risk in the sixth assessment. And this would certainly be as relevant for the scenarios part. I mean, I can assure you that the mayor here in Stockholm this is not political rhetoric when she says Stockholm will be one of the first fossil fuel-free cities in the world. They are really serious about this. Do they have a decarbonization pathway for that? No. Do they have any scientific committee working with them to kind of explore sector by sector exactly what this would mean to meet that political goal? No. Is there any effort of having a multi-stakeholder co-design process on this? No. So there's so much to be done in kind of doing an IPCC globally in the different, let's say, key areas of action from farming communities in Burkina Faso to the city of Stockholm. And how could Future Earth IPCC potentially work together between now and 2022 to explore those kind of scaling challenges? I think that's another one of these.
And I think we're supposed to invite.
Open the floor. Sorry, shouldn't talk. Mark is trying to.
Well, actually, Mark, you're supposed to be coming up here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question. Actually.
Well, you can ask a question when you come up here.
So there's a list of the, yeah.
So we would like to get some reaction from one set of key stakeholders, which are some of the co-chairs for Working Group 1, Working Group 2. Ramon, is Ramon still here? Ramon, come on up. Valerie, Hans, Mark. We'd like to get your reaction to the meeting, to what's been proposed, and if Mark gets up here a little faster, he can ask his question first. Okay. We've got about 15 minutes. Go.
Well, I had some comments to make on behalf of Future Earth, but perhaps I could just ask, just sort of add to your comments just there. There were two things that just struck me just listening to you then. One, I'm sure you have this in mind, but just to make it explicit, the risk framing ideas that you talked about and the sort of concept of a perspectives paper there, I can easily see, I think in my mind, how that could pick up a lot of the other major themes we've had here, the cross-scale aspects and the regional aspects. I mean, how do you bring that into a risk framing where thinking has generally been more global previously? The whole aspects of the solutions side and aspects like that. I mean, I just wanted to say that I think it's a great idea, and I think under that overall rubric of the risk framing, one could actually pick up a lot of the other themes here. So I think that would be great to push ahead with. The other thing, though, that I was just coming through to my mind in your last comments there, Johan, was, and actually in relation to the scenarios, is just how could we as a community construct a sort of a global but very locally differentiated foresighting exercise, the sort of world in 2050 idea, but actually helping lots of places think about this. I just think about this in Australia. We have no political dialogue at all about what leaders really, why they're doing policies now, because they see them leading to a particular place for Australia in 2050. And there's discussion there, which is just gradually getting going, of really trying to engage the general populace, and in fact through schools at the moment particularly, to actually try and make that more of a general narrative in the nation. But I mean, we should be aspiring to do it globally. And so I wonder if we could think about that, not so much for IPCC, although of course it then affects the sort of scenarios that you're talking about, but try to articulate that as perhaps an SDGs related thing. Anyway, shall I, perhaps the others should speak and I'll...
Well, Valerie, would you like to go?
Oh, thank you. So I would like first to thank the organizers for this very stimulating workshop, and it's the perfect timing. You know, we are preparing the scoping for the AR6, and we just have finished the scoping meeting for the 1.5 degree special report across working groups. So I really believe the timing is perfect. And for working group 1, so I prepared that with Pan Maujai, my fellow co-chair, It's very complementary to the Working Group 1 meeting that was organized with WCRP, I think 1 or 2 years ago, on the lessons learned from AR5. But it was very focused on climate science by itself. So it's extremely complementary in forcing us thinking about end users and cross-working group integration, following also the IPCC workshop on regional projections and communication. So these are all elements that will contribute to the design of the AR6 altogether. So I have taken notes of a few key points. And so the cross-working group approaches on risks and scenarios upfront. Maybe the best way to incorporate that is to scope the synthesis report upfront and then design what has to come out of each of the working groups to build that. That's one option. I had already thought about how to build on social science knowledge for Working Group 1, you know, about history of science, perceptions, and how to incorporate information from traditional knowledge. And these are options. I think the risk and solution framework is a challenge for Working Group 1. It's a challenge for some aspects because properly assessing some of the risks is very, very difficult. And so expert judgment is one option for that, going beyond, you know, just model spread. And so there are developments in this direction that will, I hope, prove very useful. I think we have to carefully think about the best approach to strengthen the regional assessment. So we had already discussed that, especially with Working Group 2, and I think that will be a very important component of the scoping meeting for the AR6. I have also noted the importance of the extreme events, how to address them in the AR6 Working Group 1 across with Working Group 2, I believe. How far do we go towards climate indices to facilitate this bridge from climate science to impacts? And also this 2030 horizon, that's very important, not only with the SDGs, but also with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction as well. And so maybe the importance of near-term projections in this context. And then I have noted a few wishes for a sort of alliance between the IPCC that is doing a snapshot assessment and Future Earth that I think is building a long-term process. And so maybe this alliance, a few wishes, if I can express them. So I have noted with respect the strong initiative for IT support for literature discussion that was presented by Corinne. I see this as a very strong opportunity to facilitate the work of the authors. And the literature is a mess. I mean, anything can be published and published in huge amounts. So this is a very important point to facilitate the work of the authors. Maybe the pre-scoping surveys. We did an attempt for the 1.5 degree scoping, a questionnaire. This could be really improved, and maybe Future Earth could collaborate with the IPCC for that, for this cycle, and maybe even better for the next cycle, when things can be more operational. I had also in mind what is called as grey literature. What about having Future Earth organizing regional conferences with NGOs, with regional experts, with peer-reviewed proceedings? And then, of course, it's classical literature that can be cited easily. The call for nominations is, of course, important, and any publicity dissemination will help to broaden, you know, the reservoir of excellent applications and facilitates the choice. And finally, I have noted the importance of having an inclusive review process. So in initiatives maybe from Future Earth to stimulate the review of IPCC chapters or sections, capacity building to early career scientists so that they get involved first in the review process and then they can contribute to the further steps. Communication and outreach, all these aspects, I think there are opportunities to build on strengths of both IPCC and Future Earth and improve aspects that deserve to be improved. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hans?
Thank you very much. I could just say ditto.
Thank you. You did a lovely job.
Yes. Well, this workshop was about lessons learned from AR5 for AR6. And I can just maybe report starting from my personal impression. I was embedded in this group that was discussing the risk framework with the big challenge framed in the introductory session that this should be a risk framework that goes across all working groups. And that's certainly a big call, and I was going into these discussions with a big question mark, what might come onto the table, coming from certainly the background of the 5th assessment report and the risk framework of Working Group 2, and how we used it and developed it further in the synthesis report. And in the end, actually, the discussion converged on that this was the one to go for, and this is sort of the best we have. We didn't really come up with anything that was superior to be used in the different areas that the assessment report has addressed. And this, as an experience, was very reassuring, meaning that we have a good starting point for the 6th assessment cycle, and that we can go into that with the hypothesis that this concept might work further. But this was not all of it. Also, the discussion showed that actually towards the end of the 5th assessment cycle, in the synthesis report, the opening up of this framework, going beyond these impressive but very abstract 5 reasons of concern approach that has been with us since AR3, I think, is now becoming available to the wider research community to be used in different contexts, using the underlying concept, using the visualization tools that the burning ember diagrams provide, and really coming towards a more holistic view of risks in various sectors, making them also comparable among each others, considering the values in the different groups in society, in different regions, and across the globe. So I think this is an example that illustrates to what extent we can push further for integration across different approaches. And just later this morning we had a discussion, interesting discussion with a representative from Working Group 3 who was coming again with a big question mark, because he hadn't been in the discussions in the group to what extent the pathways, the mitigation pathways and adaptation, and we from Working Group 2 would also consider the adaptation approaches in that context, to what extent this actually might be applicable. And in the end, it seems that, again, these tools are generally available, they can be used, and that should be a stimulation for the research community to actually go and do it and provide a rich material for the next assessment report. Because traditionally this approach has just been used in the IPCC assessment. At least I'm not aware that it has been used much beyond, but it should now also be used in the normal research literature. Yeah, and just to add to what Valerie has said, if Provia and Future Earth would be organizations that could bring the different communities, research communities together that do the important work underlying IPCC assessments, that would be great. It would be a parallel evolution of the organization, although certainly with a word of precaution, we must say here that IPCC doesn't work with organizations, but only works with experts and building on their level of expertise of the individual in order not to be biased in any way, in any direction. And if we can develop a way of how to really consider these concerns, that would be great. Otherwise, this meeting has been a great experience. Thanks a lot to those who have done all the work and organizing it, and I look forward to future interactions. Thanks.
Yeah, before you start, Ramon, I think we should all really thank Ramon and thank Jose. One of the goals of this meeting was to identify gaps, and their opening presentations did that for us and provide the baseline so all of the groups took off and didn't have to worry about that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristie. First of all, I would like to reiterate my thanks to the organizers, particularly to Future Earth, to Provia, and also to the IPCC, the Executive Committee of the IPCC and the Secretariat for all the support for this meeting, and of course also thank the Swedish government and the local authorities for all the facilities in organizing this important meeting. In the roadmap to AR6, I would say that this meeting is extremely fruitful and also very timing because of the timetable that we have. And it's very difficult to summarize here all the rich ideas that have emerged as part of this enlightening debate, but rather than summarizing, my intention is only highlighting some of the most important aspects that in my view could be very relevant for the new stage. The meeting has put in the first place the new architecture with regard to sustainable development and poverty eradication. And I would say that this is a key aspect to make next report much more relevant, much more policy relevant, and in that direction, I would say that this is very important as a lesson out of this meeting. There is also the need for having a risk framework and a risk management framework that could be cross-cutting for all the three working groups. And at the very beginning of this meeting, I mentioned that climate change was considered in AR5 as a risk problem. On the one hand, with regard to the risk associated to climate change, but also, on the other hand, with regard to the risks associated to the responses to climate change. And in that case, for Working Group 3, it's extremely useful to come back to this kind of approach and to reinforce the assessment with regard to this part of the avoided risk with mitigation, but also the connection with other policy responses, of course, adaptation in first place, with regard to the risk associated to the responses and how to, of course, reduce this kind of risk. There are technological risks that has been mentioned in the debate of this meeting that, of course, would be there is need to improve the assessment in that direction. There are other aspects that I would like to emphasize, as is the case of the need for improving the integration of the three working groups. I mentioned at the beginning, don't like to repeat too much, but I would say that we are in better shape in this cycle to do that, and hopefully we can translate this into better results at the end of the cycle. The need to bridge from science to the implementation, of course, to the policies. And one aspect that is related to the issue of the literature, but even goes beyond that, which is broaden the participation of different communities in the context of the inputs that are needed for the IPCC. And in that case, having access to literature, but also to information from different knowledge systems, from different perspectives, including, of course, as has been mentioned, the need to include local and indigenous knowledge in the context of the new assessment could be very relevant in this sense. And the issue of capacities, of course, is another aspect that should be properly incorporated into the agenda, as is the case of increasing synergies with other assessment processes, as is the case of IPBS and other assessment processes. The treatment of the various scale is a crucial issue. With regard to the spatial scales, in that case, the need, for instance, of common responses, taking into account sustainable development and equity, of course, at the global scale, but also to analyze what happened at the regional and local with regard to the impact, with regard to the proposed responses, but also with regard to the temporal scale. We need to think on climate change, as was mentioned by the minister, in terms of a long-term perspective, but at the same time, we need to start acting now. So this combination of the longer-term objective, but starting now and avoiding delay is a crucial aspect for the responses to climate change. And finally, the issue of incorporating in this variety of perspectives different new disciplines that was mentioned, the economics, ethics, and other social science that could be also crucial for having a result at the end much more balance in all the senses, and that could be much more consistent and cohesive across the three working groups. Thank you again for all the support and for the invitation to present this working group 3 perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
And dear friends, what you've heard now is a zero draft of our nature perspective manuscript. It's all done. I hope it's recorded. It's absolutely fantastic, actually. And I think it just shows, I mean, we are the ones to thank you, to have the privilege to have you as working group co-chair spending all this time at this very, as you point out, Valerie, at this very strategic stage, having Ho Sung Lee at the beginning as the chair of IPCC. I mean, it is, after all, a formal request from the IPCC to hold this workshop together with Provia, with Future Earth, but it's also, you know, an invaluable opportunity to have your brains and your passion and your intellect here during this journey. So we will come back and hope to balance that manuscript with you as we go along. I think that's been.
We'd promised
really
Mark he'd have a few minutes.
That's right, and,
That's
and Abdallah in a few seconds.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mark, what order do you want to do?
No, you.
No, good. I mean, thank you. That's great. I just wanted to say a few words from the perspective of Future Earth. I mean, I think firstly, it has been a fantastic meeting, and I think there has been a real sense of sort of co-design amongst the community that's here, including Provia, thanks, but also particularly the sort of IPCC and all of you. So it's been a lovely thing to be involved in that sense. And I encourage you all to get involved in the, those of you who are on the research side, or in fact any of you, to get involved in the various regional networks of Future Earth, because that is a really important part of trying to make some of that regional aspect work, and I'm sure the same would be true for Provia. I did want to just try and sort of assert some commitments that I think Future Earth can take away from this and hope to live, apart from helping with the manuscript that we're talking about. But I mean, one thing I think we can absolutely undertake to do is to market the research needs that come out of this, both to our own communities through the core projects and our knowledge action networks that are developing at the moment, but also to our connections to funders to encourage them to be funding things over the next few years on the time frame that can actually feed into the IPC, into the assessment, and perhaps even maybe in some fashion work with IPCC a bit to encourage countries to think about supporting those things too through their appropriate routes. So that's something we'll absolutely, definitely carry away from this with the report as it comes together. I think the second, actually the other two things I was going to say, you already touched on there, Valerie, thank you. So I promise I wrote this beforehand, but I'm going to commit to them in public anyway, just so that you know. I mean, one of them is, I think, this whole issue of supporting the more or less grey literature, other sort of cross-language sources, other sorts of sources of knowledge, trying to bring that in. I'm absolutely sure we want to try and help with that, and I mean, there are a variety of ways one can think of doing that. One would certainly be to try and encourage the further development of the sort of platform that Corinne was talking about, to extend it into some of those sorts of areas, because I think that could be a very exciting way. I mean, another could well be, as you suggested, to try and run some regional activities using our regional centres to both act as a degree of capacity building, but at the same time capture some of that information, and all of those things should feed off each other. So I think that would be a great thing. Of course, we also want to continue very much supporting the early career researchers, of whom it's been fantastic, by the way, to see so many here. He said standing up here as an old white male, but anyway. But it has been really good, and I really thank actually the early career people who are here for their energy and support in various sorts of ways. But I mean, that's something we really want to keep working on much more widely. And coupled with that, I think, is this idea, which obviously Future Earth is trying to live, of the well, actually the Chinese have started calling it co-X's, which is sort of co-design, co-create, deliver, anything else you can think of there. And there are actually a whole lot of these, and we have to think about which ones are appropriate at which time, but trying to do that and assist that, whether that's in the context of perhaps workshops that might help with further developing this risk framework idea, or the regionalisation things that we talked about earlier, or other things, we certainly can try and pursue that. So I think lastly, just again, a very big thank you to our partners in doing this, to the incredible hosting here in Sweden, to the SRC as well, and thanks, Johan, for that, for helping make this, trigger this to happen. I mean, I have to just say, finally, just to hark back to the words that Johan made on the first day, that, we really are, I really do feel we're in an extraordinary time last year, and hopefully this year further with things like Habitat, where, in essence, however imperfectly we think it's been done, the world's nations have set the goals, and now the responsibility, at least part of the responsibility, really is back on us as a research community to help to deliver those solutions, those responses that can actually help that happen. And I hope that this workshop, I think, has been discussing very much around that framework, so I'd really like to be able to leave the early career researchers and even younger people like my son a better world to live in, and I feel like actually a lot more optimistic about that in the last 12 months than I probably was 2 years ago anyway. So let's hope we can all go home and keep that going, but a very big thank you to everyone here.
Thank you. Yes?
Thanks.
Oh, we would now like to call the Secretary of the IPCC Secretariat to come give some closing remarks. And thanks to all of our speakers again.
Just warmly thanks, and wonderful. You've been listening attentively over these days, and I hope the signals are very clear and strong that we're all committed to support the IPCC as best as we ever can. So over to you with some words of wisdom now that we take off the job of delivering to you.
Thank you very much. So I have this opportunity to come, for this closing session. But if you have noticed, I think I am with Ramon the only one that have still the tie. No, there is a Florin, but this is yes, we are three. But that means that we have the scientific community, and you have some people with some very good pressure that comes from decision making, and this is a good closing aspect. So, member of Future Earth Science Committee and Secretariat, member of Provia Scientific Steering Committee, member of IPCC Bureau, and all those who provided funding for this wonderful workshop. Also, distinguished scientists and experts, dear colleague and friend. For those who may not know me, I am the secretary of IPCC, it is there, having started just less than 2 months. And this is a good timing. Someone said that this workshop came in the good timing. It is the beginning of the 6th cycle, but it is also the beginning of my career as secretary of IPCC. It is a learning process, and it is good. And nevertheless, I was involved in IPCC and other positions as author contributor or the lead author for the 4th assessment report, and I was involved in this first chapter, which was about history, and historical aspect was very good, mainly in this assessment report. And also, I served as member of WMO in the bureau as a vice chair of WMO, and also I was permanent representative of the Metallurgical Department of Morocco. And what is very important here is this pressure, because we were in liaison with all the decision makers, and we were under pressure. And also, we were also asked about addressing issue about climate change. And this is the possibility to share with you this the small experience. Now, I think we did have those 5 cycles, and we are about to start the 6th cycle. And one question, what makes this 6th cycle useful? This is the question we should ask ourselves. I think there are mandatory functions. The first one, there are 2, of course. The one asked by UNFCCC, how to inform this facilitative dialogue by 2018, and also how to inform the global stocktake in 2023. That means already we should, and by preparing the report for this meeting, we should think about this mandatory function. Second, how this assessment report should be useful, just by fulfilling three aspects. The first one is linked with this question about risk. And you know, now all the population, least developed country, small islands are facing extreme events. I think the sixth assessment report can be useful if it can help in ensuring transition from the concept of crisis management. You are waiting phenomenon and we react to migrate to the concept of crisis and knowledge risk management. This is the concept. If we ensure that this cycle improve capacities to ensure this transition, we can ensure some added value. Second, and it is linked to what adaptation. It can be a good tool if it can help in developing capacities to implement reactive adaptation right now, and also planned adaptation, because climate change is evolving and we need what we call planned adaptation. This is about adaptation. The third, and it is developed by Florin before me, is it should be a tool to propose sound solution about what is the best techniques of mitigation, option of mitigation that can ensure, tackling climate change and also taking opportunity for climate change as a climate chance. I think these are some aspects, some concepts. At the end, I think the sixth assessment cycle should be seen as a concept of toolbox that can be as a tool for any actor, decision maker, negotiator, communities, gender, youth, and every segmentation of our population. This is a concept of toolbox. And also, I think it should be seen as a tool to implement vigilance. Now we are living in the time of climate change. In the past, we were in the traditional approach. Now we are asked to be vigilant. Term in France, vigilance, but it is in English also vigilance. But as you know, vigilance is based in three components. Knowledge, improving capacity of knowledge, it is your role. Developing capacity of reaction, developing capacity of prevention, anticipation. And these are the main acts. If the sixth assessment can fulfill this, it is a good opportunity. Now, I'm going to really to make a my feeling about the workshop itself. First of all, I thank you very much, because in the beginning when mixology asked me to come here, because it was me who signed all the delegation to ensure this participation. But he told me, you should come. I was here, I came, I learned. Thank you very much, because all the ingredients of success of a meeting were there. Thanks to you, because we have a good program, we have a good, facilities, we have a good participants, we have also what is very important, this capacity to already start the process to demonstrate how we can deal with cross-cutting issue. In the room, you have the veteran in IPCC and you have your newcomer. You have the three groups representative. You have many disciplines, and this is very good. And to compile all these outputs, it is good. And I think the task, your report will be really welcomed to inform the future and the next step. Now, about this, we have many concerns, and this is, it can be seen from the side of Secretariat. I'm not going to repeat what Valerie said. First of all, this issue about application of developing countries. And just to let you know that IPCC panel already asked us to implement a possibility to involve developing countries. Secretariat has prepared a draft to be considered in next plenary in order to implement participation. With this, we ensure that the next cycle will be better than the former one. Second, it was raised also the idea that all focal points are from working group 1 area. This also, this concern, I think it should be taken in consideration in order to involve all those focal points and to ask them to involve the other area of discipline. And also we are asking Future Earth, Provia, to try to help IPCC to nominate the targeted expert that can help those focal points. And also, I think the idea about this cross-cutting issue. I think the process should be taken in the manner that all the three working groups for same common discipline should work together. And I think the discussion that we have, if we can have them more formulated, I think they can help in preparation those scoping meetings, and that can permit to incorporate all the cross-cutting issue about this. Also, I should say something which was linked with this tie. You are a scientific community, but just to let you know that all those who are involved in IPCC are scientists that are working on voluntary basis. I can give you one statistic. OCLA should have about 9 months dedicated in voluntary basis to this work. Lead author should invest 6 months in this work. So we should thank them and we should motivate them. Also, I would like to conclude that by requesting everyone of us here to play our parts in ensuring that the necessary action are taken to implement the outcome and recommendation of this workshop to address the identified gaps and challenges. But from the beginning of this workshop, we have been told that the full report will be ready by the end of the year. Now we were a little bit surprised that it will be till March. It will be very interesting, and this is a request to have it a little bit before, because it can be used as a good input to prepare this scoping meeting. And one thing, one phase which is very important is it can also use it to address this questionnaire that we should send enough time in advance to the focal points and the governments. At Secretariat, this is also my role. At Secretariat, we are committed to do everything possible within IPCC principle and procedure to facilitate the work of working groups and provide conducive environment for all role players to contribute effectively to the work of the IPCC. We will also continue with our communication and outreach activity because we have the feeling that the targeted population was going to use this toolbox, IPCC toolbox, should be informed through a good communication process in order to know, first of all, to know what about climate change, what are the work already done. Second, to inform them what are the options, because IPCC doesn't tell politics decision maker what to do. All what he is doing is presenting option, and it is for them to take a decision. So thank you very much, and it was really a good opportunity for me to be with you during these 3 days, and I learned a lot. I have the opportunity to know every one of you. I have also the opportunity to see how the local organizing committee is behaving with this energy. It gives me this energy also me to start my work in the Secretariat. And the Secretariat of IPCC is yours. Any idea, any request that can help us to make this 6th assessment cycle as a toolbox, any idea is welcomed. Thank you very much.
Good. So thank you very much for all those very positive feedbacks on this workshop. And I guess you will, if there was anything you didn't like, then you will not spoil the mood now. But nevertheless, we would be susceptible to hearing also critics to make it even better next time. Okay, so this is now the time of the final thanks. First of all, we have to go a little bit back into history, actually. The whole idea of this workshop was actually initiated by Provia and the predecessor of Future Earth, IGBP. So thank Sybil Seitzinger, actually, who might still be here in the audience at the time of her IGBP chair, writing a letter to IPCC also. I don't know whether it was Jean Pelutikov who wrote a letter from Provia to IPCC. If you were, anyways, thank you very much for initiating that whole idea. And so the one group of people that was instrumental in making this workshop happen and successful and well thought through was the scientific committee. And so heartfelt thanks goes to all those people you have here on that list for dedicated work, for investing their creativity, also investing a lot of time through calls and so on. And of course, taking a leadership in the preparation and during this meeting, and also following the meeting in the outcome. So I may ask all the SC members on stage, because they get a little something to take home or eat on the way. So, as you can see, this is, there are two, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know whether someone wants to take a picture or so. So, you've noticed that Kristie, Youba, and Johan Rockström co-chaired this crowd. And then we have Sobakar and Corinne and Ramon and Deborah and Carolina, who are here, and unfortunately Jean-François Susanna could not make it to be here, but he also worked in the preparation. So thank you very much, yes. So you can stay up there. So if you get the next slide, so it was great to work with you. It was actually also great to work with the organizing committee, and wouldn't thank myself, but of course we did a lot of the work, and of course I also thank my colleague in Paris, Claire Vale, and the two people from IPCC, Melinda and Shongwei. But of course, if you host a meeting, then a lot of it sticks to you, a lot of the tasks, and therefore particular thanks now go to the local organizers here on site, the crew around the Swedish hub of Future Earth, including Wendy Broadgate and Rebecca Oliver, Owen Gaffney, Susanna Dobrota, and Britta Boström, who also helped out here. And let me see whether I forgot anyone. Ingmarie Alstom, who is actually behind the scenes with finances and so on, and logistics. So very professional work, and in fact we had very little time to pull all this off. I think we got going properly in May. So this tells you with professional organization how quickly you can do these things. Thank you very much to the local organizers.
Shall we go? Yeah. Well, we don't want to drag this on too much longer. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, online participants. Thank you, everybody here in the room for contributing to this event. It has really been fantastic. It's been a rich experience to host this. I'd like to particularly thank the co-organizer, Johan Rockström, and the Stockholm Resilience Centre. It's been really fantastic working with you on co-hosting this workshop, to Provia, to IPCC, and to our funders, the Swedish, let me get this right, Swedish Foundation for Strategic Environmental Research, MISTRA, who have been participating today, to the Stockholm Business Region. Also, due to these funds, we were able to actually bring early career researchers and people from all parts of the world to this meeting. The IPCC Trust Fund and the US Fund also helped us to broaden participation. We've had a lot of support for this meeting, and it's really, I think, paid off. So without further ado, let's deliver on our ambitions for this meeting and have a safe journey home. Thank you, everyone.